Yeah, I mean, it was really cool to see you execute level 54 Death Clasp solo. Do you? I mean, maybe not everyone knows this, but Death Clasp is a level 59 elite in Silithus, and you can do the quest at level 54, and you get a bow for it. And can you tell people a little bit about how you solo a level 59 elite in Silithus at level 54, and how you even get there?
Mm. Well, I mean, Hunter is pretty simple for fighting high-level mobs since your ranged attacks cannot glance, which means they always hit for full damage. So you either miss or you don't. And the way I get there is just I think a website unstuck is the website unstuck feature, which is a popular tool speedrunners use. Like every 4 hours plate time, you can just use the Blizzard supported unstack feature to teleport you to the nearest graveyards. I use that to get to Silphus faster, and then basically just run to Death Grasp, and then the only hard part is split pulling him. So I need
But
to
aren't
make...
there a lot of mobs along the way? I just recall like
No.
being,
I mean, there's a bunch of spiders, but you can kind of just
yeah,
like...
and they root you and stuff, don't they?
Yeah, but it is possible to find a way if you run like to the dwarf camp and then to Death Clasp, where there isn't that many mobs. It's not that hard. Like running to Death Clasp is not that hard. You just kind of go there and
Oh,
just
okay,
try
so
to
you can
not
just
pull.
take a longer way around.
Yeah, just don't run
All right.
into the small spiders that net you, and then you're good. And then the hardest part I would say is the split pull because I tried to split pull him with volley, and the mobs would just keep resisting the volley because I'm so under level, and that makes the split pull not work because they all need to aggro at the same time for that to work. So I had to change the strat, and I actually abused the fact that pet pulls every 5 seconds, not every like 0.1 second as your character does. So that means every 5 seconds the game does a tick, and that is when mobs will
Yeah, like
aggro onto
the
your
server
pet.
ticks. So yeah.
Yes. So I just walk up my pet to the mobs and then wait, and then when they all aggro onto my pet, they are also split pull, and then
Hmm.
I can just have Death Grasp only without his ads, and you just kind of guide him towards the gates of AQ40, and there's no mobs on the way, which is very convenient, so you can just kind of run him around there. Uh, Very simple, just run and shoot every now and then. So yeah, mechanically not that difficult. Pretty lethal if you fail it for some reason, right? But yeah,
Yeah.
just don't fail.
All right. Well, I mean, it sounds like there was, a lot of cool stuff added to this run that ended up improving it over the last one. And even though you just finished it, and I don't know if you have any plans to repeat this exact run in the future, but if you had to guess, how much potential would you say there is for improving it even further? Like if we're saying right now it's a little under 55 hours, what would you
hmm
say is the cap?
Um, Depends what we're talking about. Like the cap technically could be a lot lower and a lot closer to mage times, which are currently under 2 days played. If you find a way to AoE ZF, I mean ZG, or like Sunken Temple or something like that as well, and
Mm.
just don't quest basically, maybe aside from like Plaguelands or something. Because when you get back to questing, you start getting those like 2-3 hour levels sometimes in that range, and it is pretty painful. If you could find a way to like not have to go back to questing and just keep AoE farming like mages do, you could save a lot of time. But I tried Sunken Temple, and the caster mobs there are just too difficult to deal with in my opinion. And ZG, you wouldn't really be able to kill the mobs on the same pathing spot the mages do. You need to find something else. So I don't have an idea on how to do that right now. So assuming you cannot do that, the cap based on my run, I think you could probably shave like 2 hours maybe from it by just executing ZF a bit cleaner. It wasn't like literally perfect. I died a couple of times, but overall that doesn't matter all that much. And then you could have a cleaner ending. I think I wasted a little bit of rested XP since on the Sunbla rule set you're allowed to have basically 200% rested. total over the course of the entire run, and I wanted to save that rested for the last levels where it's the highest impact, since it's percent of a level, right? So you get the most flat XP. But
Yeah.
I overdid it a bit, and I just ended up leveling to 60 before I used up all my rested. And
Well,
funny,
welcome to the club. I've done that before.
yeah, and then I guess that one doesn't really matter, but like I did a funny mistake towards the end where I miscalculated the XP to ding 60, and I think I was like 300 XP short or like 30 XP short, like very small amount, just like one mob. So I had to run from Moonglade to the Furlbog
Oh,
panel to turn on At War with the Timbermaw hold so I can actually hit them and then just
oh,
like
you
kill.
killed one of them.
Yeah, I killed one of them and then it leveled up from that, but that's just like a couple of minutes. But
Wow.
I think like 2 hours by just playing cleaner with the same route is probably possible.
All right. That's very interesting to hear. And actually, I want to comment on that ding because first I have to absolutely flame you for not putting like an XP check before the final flight path. Like
No, no,
let's say in Winter Spring or wherever, like whenever you're last near hostile mobs, you should have like a final XP gate
but
to
I
make
did
sure
that.
you have the correct amount.
I did that.
But
I just,
oh, you miscalculated it.
yeah, I
Or
miscalculated because I forgot that I had turned in a quest before that I wasn't supposed to. I just turned it in because I was like, okay, I'm here, might as well. And then I forgot that I
okay.
had done that. And
Hmm.
so the XP check assumed that I still have that quest, and I
Right.
didn't, right? And I was like, that ended up being the difference.
Yeah, okay. But I mean that was one thing. So I wanted to flame you for that, but I also wanted to praise you for that's actually pretty quick thinking. You know, I have of course had sort of uh, fears of doing that in my own speed runs, and that's why I have these like very rigorous XP checks in them.
Yeah.
But I don't think, you know, I would have thought about going to kill one of the mobs at the Timbermont Tunnel. I would probably have said, oh well, now I have to run to the flight path and fly back to Winter Spring or to Fellwood and kill a mob there.
Mm.
And I think that's actually one of the cool things about speedrunning in Classic is that either through, I guess, your own mistakes once in a while, but often just through the variance that is in the game, you're confronted with these situations where you can't really necessarily have planned your way out of it, and you sort of have to react in the moment. And I think that's a really cool skill that is involved in WoW speedrunning, like one of many things, obviously. But
Hmm.
I don't know. I just felt that was a good example of someone sort of thinking quickly on the spot to get themselves out of like a little bit of time loss.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree. It definitely comes with experience, right? Like the more experience you have, the more likely you're going to figure something out. But that is like the main skill that actually matters for what I think is actually the peak fun that I've ever had speedrunning in this game, which is any sort of server launch or event with a lot of people in the starter zone and kind of a leveling
Mm.
race going on. Very exciting. Like that definitely makes me like before that kind of event. I like I can't eat because I'm so like nervous to start. But then like you start and you get into the zone and it feels good to like get ahead. And that kind of scenario tests those skills that you mentioned the most. I think where you need to be able to, at least for the early levels, kind of adapt what you're doing to the situation that you're faced.
Tell me everything. These secrets. I'll rip the secrets from your flesh.
I will take the chest on the way out, I suppose. And now library. would run. And always dual wield tanking is far superior to anything else. Like that's literally, oh, that's literally the reason why I even play dual wield. Why I even level up as Fury, because you can do both. You can do level, you can quest, you can level up very easily, and you can, without switching pretty much anything, you can tank yourself some dungeons, all in the same spec. Just keep pumping heroic strike and that's it, and you're golden. Like, healers almost never have any issues healing you up, so you don't need to use a shield. Like, shield before 60 for the dungeons is completely unnecessary. Unless, well, there are some occasions where you should use shield, you know. As an example, like in this very dungeon, the first boss, the Houndmaster, he has 3 dogs. That's where you should use shield. You want to tank him and the dogs with shield. I usually equip shield, charge in retaliation, demoralizing shout, thunderclap, and you just hold aggro with the retaliation. But you use the shield so that you don't take so much damage from all the 4 mobs, and that makes the kill super easy. But dual wield tanking is just way better. You have way higher damage, so everything dies faster, and your healer is not running out of mana, and your DPS can just push the DPS higher because they don't need to worry about you losing aggro, and you holding all the threat is making it way easier for the healer himself, because he doesn't have to heal the rogue, the mage, the hunter, and whoever. He just has to heal you, so it's better for everyone to DPS tank. You can do deep prod when you hit 60 and you are afraid to do dungeons and such, like on the, let's say, lower gear levels. I mean gear levels. If you don't have a good gear, you can go deep prod. It definitely works, but it's completely unnecessary. It's way better to just dual wield tank. All you need to do it, you just want some stamina, just the standard strength stamina. Have the health pool, have the threat. Like, those days of going deep prod, having everybody having to wait for 5 sounders before they can start DPS because you can't hold threat. Those days are gone, long gone, man. Nobody plays that way anyway. And even on hardcore, you don't need to use a shield. On very small amount of pulls, you need to use shield. Whenever there is many mobs attacking you. But other than that, no, it's just dual wield all the way through. also suggest you to use thread plates. This is the add-on that changes the color of pretty much anything, and you can see aggro directly on the nameplate. So these are green because I'm in defensive stance and I'm tanking them. As soon as I start losing aggro, somebody's getting close to me, they turn yellow, and if I lose aggro, the nameplate turns red. And I know that that mob is loose, and I need to, do whatever to get the aggro back. So you taunt it and such, and it's just so much more convenient for you to tank like that.
You will not defile these mysteries. Burn in righteous fire.
Or maybe not. Hmm. So, test of lore. And then I Hearthstone 2000 needles. And get my weapon. Eek.
What is it? I'm listening. Beware the living. What do you require? Farewell.
What made me go troll? I wanted the easy and chill leveling. And since troll regenerates, it makes everything like way easier. It's very noticeable how much you regenerate, like very noticeable. Also, the ratio is pretty good. Berserking is small amount of rage for a big boost, and as a warrior you can do a lot of tricks. Like for example, this macro I have right here. This is a macro to cast berserking and drink a health potion. So I tend to use it whenever I'm killing some of the elites or the high level mobs, like the single solo kills. Whenever you drop low to like 40% HP, I kind of deliberately just drop down while sundering, and then I pop this macro. I heal back up with the best healing potion I have, while my berserking is active for the highest boost, because this one, the lower HP you have when enabling it, the higher the haste you get is, and you get the maximum haste when you and I believe it's when you are at 40% HP. So I just wait, pop it, and then I start spamming the damage abilities to already sunded target, and it works well. But other than that, like, there's no real reason. I just wanted to, you know, have a chill leveling, not rest so much, because the troll regenerates so much. It's, as I said, it's very noticeable. So, Arati, Tarenmil, Shimmering Flats, Desolace, Stranglethorn. I could go literally to any of those locations right now. I kind of don't want to go Stranglethorn yet. I kind of need to go to Thunder Bluff. If there's not many people, I could go or do Shimmering Flats. But there's some dead mobs around here. Yeah, let's get Shimmering Flats out of the way and then go Desolace. Yeah, Shimmering Flats it is.
Hi, how are you?
Greetings.
You got my attention. Off with you.
Salutations. Have a great day now.
Okay, so my new main hand.
Talk to me. Peace, friend.
Yeah, and I like the look. I like the, you know, laugh.
Tas dingo.
And also Yaman.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I like trolls, but mostly it's about the regeneration, because you are regenerating 6 HP every 5 seconds constantly. There's a big difference in sustain and in how much you have to rest. Stop and rest. Like massive difference. You wouldn't believe how noticeable it is. And for whatever reason, I have never ever done Undead Warrior. Never, ever. I could. Why the hell not? For example, this quest, killing the scorpions here in Shimmering Flats. This is why I'm farming the spiders in Stone Talon Mountains. Whenever you get outside of Barrens and you go to Stone Talon Mountains, you do the, like, pretty much at level 19 or 20 you are doing arachnophobia and killing all the spiders and stuff. You are getting small venom sacs, and this poison in here in Shimmering Flats is exactly the reason why I stack up on so many anti-venom. I have 15 in my bag right now because they are so useful in here, in this very moment. Like 3-minute long poisons that kind of stack. You can get multiple poisons at the same time, like 4 or 5 or whatever, and this anti-poison removes them, and I think it even removes them per 2 or something. So and it speeds up this very spot and makes it way safer, because 3-minute long poisons are just horrid. And there's this location where there are many scorpions at the same spot. You want to kill, and you have to kill many of them because they, you know, hardly ever drop the shit you need them to drop. Scorpion venom, like 6 of them in it. Okay, 40%. Pop the potion. I already have materials and skill to craft way better potions, so I should get rid of these small ones. So I'm going to use them as a tempo pot in here. And maybe since I'm gonna go and kill in here, I will potion out. I will just pop everything. Make myself as strong as possible and just grind Shimmering Flats for a lot of XP. I will do the circle. It's gonna be less than an hour, and then I'm going to go into the hives. Maybe, maybe I could actually do it the other way around, because in here there's the tunnel, and only there in the tunnel there are the invaders, and there's not many of them. You kind of have to either compete for spawn points, or you just camp the spawn points. But maybe I could kill like 2 or 3 of those, and then do the full circle and come back like at the very end to complete the new spawned invaders. Maybe. maybe not. Because if I go there now, I'm gonna get some quest items, and those quest items just there's way too many. I don't have bags to do all the quests at the same time. If I had bigger bags, I would. Nah, doesn't make sense. Just go further, do something else, deliver, and then do the bugs. I like shimmering flat. Just flat ground, kill everything, loot everything. It's one of the best leveling spots there is in the game. Shimmering flats are so cool. And also, you can kill these turtles. And by killing these turtles, you can loot the turtle meat. And use the turtle meat to finish your quest in Hillsbrad, in Tyranny. To get the turtle bisque, whatever, soup. Because if you don't do it like right here, right now, you have to run along the river in around Taran Mill and just hunt for the turtles in there, where you can just keep the turtle meat from here, from Shimmering Flats, as you are killing a lot of turtles in here, right? You are doing hardened shells. You need 9 hardened shells, and you can easily get that 10 turtle meat. I think I already have 2 somewhere in my bank. Just for that purpose. To have some food buffs. Level up my cooking. I don't have to spend money for meat and stuff. As a warrior, you always want to keep your cooking up to date. And that is like, because of cooking and professions, like both of these are very, very important for you as a warrior. And that is why you should always stay for as long as you need in the starting location till like level 12, level 13 or whatever. Just stay there and make sure that you go into Barrens and other places when you're actually ready to go, when you have at least 50 plus cooking. Because, for example, in Barrens you can start farming the Plain Striders for their meat, and you can cook it, but that recipe is level 50, and then you can somehow, somewhere get to 100 cooking for the Thunder Lizard Tail, and when you get to 100 cooking, you're golden, because like from that point on, you will just do the bears and lions at 110 and 125 skill, and you have just very, very simple and quick progression. You will always just cook all the meat you loot, but you have to get to 100 cooking somehow, and if you neglect that, you just waste the meat. You sell it to a vendor and whatnot, and you buy yourself some food. And that doesn't make sense. You really want to make sure that you spend as much time as possible on the very early levels cooking everything. And for example, that specifically works really well in Mulgore for Taurens. If you start in Mulgore, you need to kill a lot of wolves, because you are doing the very small wolves for cleansing of the first well, then you do the middle wolves, then you do the alphas, and there's like multiple of quests that where you need to grind wolves for the drop that doesn't drop that much. It's like 50-50, I don't know. And so you get, just by killing wolves, probably at around 60 skill points, 50-60 skill points, because they drop a lot of the stringy wolf meat or whatever. And then you are killing also the vultures, and they drop eggs. So that's your first stamina food, the small eggs, Herbert baked eggs or whatever. And if you play like I do, if you play alchemy, you kind of want to, like, just there, you kind of want to level up your fishing to at least 50, so that you are able to use the night crawlers. And then whenever you get to Ratchet, you can very simply and easily fish for oily blackmouth. And you need to fish for oily blackmouth to get your water breathing potions. And if you're lucky enough to get the recipe, free action potions and things like that. But again, you have to take your time in the very first village you get to. And that applies to Torrent, the trolls, orcs, anyone. And Torrents have the easiest way doing both cooking and herbalism. There's so much stuff. So yeah, Torrent is very nice. I really like Mulgore. But once you got the roll, you never reroll, man. Plus you need to save for mount. I don't care about the mount. No. You don't need to. As a warrior, it's better for you to just keep grinding mobs. Like whenever you're moving from one location to another, you just want to keep killing mobs. And it's probably more efficient than to, run around on mount, because you are running around on mount quickly, getting from quest to quest. But what usually happens to you then is you run out of quests to do and you are still low level. And if you would just follow the road and grind and kind of level up slowly like that, you are always on par with your levels. You are right where you need to be, and it kind of works better than running on mount. And also, you don't need to run much, because at level 40 you pretty much have Tanaris. Tanaris is big, but you want to do Tanaris at like late 40s, like level 45, 44, something like that. And at level 40, what do you do at level 40? You do Feralas, and like all the quests are like right here, right here, right here, right here. Then you move here, but you grind for a really long time. You grind mobs there, and then you run back. And it's not that bad without the mount. Desolace you pretty much have done by then. That should be already done at level 40. At level 40 you might return back to kill the elite demons, but all of the rest is done. And there is a lot of swimming quests that take time, and mount doesn't help you there. In Stranglethorn, everything is very close. In Arati, you are done at by 40 for sure. Swamp of Sorrows, there's not many quests there to do even. and you do dungeons, you can mount up there. So it's not necessary for you to have a mount at 40. Maybe to get to blasted lands, getting not blasting lands, badlands. I mean, like going through the tunnels and everything. That's a long journey. Yeah. But you can do the mushroom skip from wetlands and get there way sooner. Or you can get a summon if you have friends. So having mount at level 40 is not important at all. Late 40s, 45 plus, where you need to go Tanaris, and then you start doing hinterlands, and there's a lot of running in the hinterlands, a lot of running in Tanaris, and like these levels, yeah, that's where you kind of need a mount at level like 45, let's say. But before that, you don't necessarily need the mount. You're just doing Scarlet Monastery and RFD and shit like that. Like, you don't need to run around the mount. At least that's for self-found. I'm talking about self-found pretty much when I talk about this. If you are not self-found, well, then I don't care either, right? Because if you are not self-found, I wouldn't suggest going alchemy. I would suggest going herbalism and mining, and just sell everything. And you have so much gold that you are able to buy full plate gear, even the blue pieces at level 40, and a mount on top. That's how much gold you're going to have. And even then, like, I'm completely okay with waiting. Like what I did, and that was on fresh. Like, the server just opened. I was level 40 like day 3, day 4 or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. But at level 40, I bought full blue pieces plate set, like all the really good pieces. And I ended up with like 60 gold on top, and I prioritized that over a mount, because I knew that with double gathering profession, I just keep dismounting anyways. I'm lagging it everywhere. I'm not using the mount because I have to pick a herb, mine a mine, pick a herb, mine a mine, like, you know, just constantly dismounting. And the gear, like when you have like really good strong gear, it makes the leveling so much easier and safer and faster, that it's way more important for you than the mount, because you can then just keep grinding mobs like crazy without stopping, without resting. Mount is not important at all, like at all. That's also the reason why classes like Druid and Shaman, they go all the way to 60 without a mount, even sometimes, because we just realize that you don't need the mount. It's nice to have, but it's not important. At least for me. I don't prioritize mount at all. At all. I like to chop shit up, and you can't chop shit up on mount. I like to press my heroic strike and overpower constantly. mount is overrated, just as engineering is overrated. And by the way, if you would pay attention and take a look to Kamisayo speedrun, he just has world record currently for a warrior hardcore speedrun, and he did it in what? 3 days and 8 hours, something like that. 3 days, 8 hours. That's faster than hunters. It's faster than druids, warlocks. Everybody's biting dust behind Kamisayo. And what did he do? He didn't have a mount, well, until he was able to afford it, which was at like level 46 or something. Same thing. No professions. No engineering, gathering, whatever. No professions at all. Well, cooking, right? But and maybe some rerolling, some very low level alchemy. Yes. But after that, like he wasn't playing professions at all. No professions, no mount. World record speed leveling. Hey! Hey! I didn't realize I'm getting some boosts. Okay, good gloves. Actually a good helm. 9 strength, 8 agility, 3 agility, and 7 stamina. So do I play stamina? I actually think I do play stamina over the agility. So which helm would you use? Would you use the Tuscan helm or the Slayer's skull cap? And keep in mind that I'm self-found, so I can't sell it on the auction house, right? I can't make money out of it. I would just like to be as strong as possible right now. What's more, 5 agility or 7 stamina? 5 agility or 7 stamina? Agility gives you crit, which is great, but it also gives you armor, and it gives you dodge. Armor and dodge give you sustain. On the other hand, just flat out stamina gives you a bit of sustain as well if you're playing Blood Grace. And I do indeed play that. I am going to use the skull cap. Goodbye, Tuscan Helm. You served me well. Okay, I have the tortoise shells. That's finished. Rocket car parts, almost finished. Vultures, gazers. So we'll just quickly vendor stuff. I think. Do the gazers. Do a little bit of vultures. Look, a vulture. 100% guarantee quest item drop. And once this is done, I'm doing the bugs. And with the bug shells or whatever, I need to go to Orgrimmar. I think that I need to deliver it to Orgrimmar. And the good thing is that there is a direct flight. Direct flight from Gatchetsan to Orgrimmar. And I do that. In Orgrimmar, I'm going to pick up all the quests that send me to Desolates. Like, what is it called? Alliance Relations and such. Let me actually double check one thing before I do that. Because I'm level 34. And at level 34 it might make sense. What is it? Strange request? A strange request. Take the shrunken head to Orgrimmar from Feralas. And it requires level 40, so never mind. Because there's this quest that sends you from Feralas to Orgrimmar. And I could actually go to Feralas right now. Grab the Shrunken Heads quest and deliver it to Orgrimmar, because all it does is it sends you to Orgrimmar, and then you have to go to Orgrimmar and back. And then you start questing in Feralas, right? So if I could get it out of the way at level 35, it would make sense. And it does what? It sends you to Orgrimmar. Then you go back to Feralas, and then it sends you to fucking Narnia, to Hinterlands or something. Return to Witch Doctor Uza unlocks testing the vessel, and testing the vessel is Wildkin Musek. So it sends you from Feralas to Orgrimmar, from Orgrimmar to Feralas, and then from Feralas to Hinterlands, and from Hinterlands back to Feralas. Well, it is what it is.
Time is money, friend.
Hey, can I help you?
Good day to you. Honored, sure.
What's on your mind?
Hi, how are you? Alrighty then.
Rig Wars. I could also do Gnomergan. So do I want to go and clean Toxic Alliance sewers? Do I want to clear Gnomerga? I can't even say it. Gnomerga. Jesus. I don't think I do. Gnomerga. Ugh. Nice. So this is going to push me to 35. 35, then I do the bugs. I finish the bugs. Fly to Agribah. Do the alliance relationship, or relations rather, and fly to Desolace.
What brings
No. Come on, man. I didn't want cleave. I didn't want cleave. I wanted dual wield spec. Higher damage with my offhand means more heroic strikes, means higher damage with my offhand, means more heroic strikes, means higher damage with my offhand. I don't want no cleave. end rage after combat and you can't charge, it's a good idea to just use the time to bandage up. You bandage up, you generate rage while bandaging up, and then you charge in and you're like half rage when you engage the next mob. Works like a charm. Shadumbra. This is a very tricky spot. Like very, like actually very dangerous area to be. Like very dangerous. If you get complacent here, you don't pay attention, you rush this or whatever, don't. Like this is a very tight spot that you need to respect. This fucking place. These mobs call for help, and you can overpull way easier than you would expect. Make sure to pull everything back slowly, one by one. Pull everything back slowly, one by one, at the same time as do it fast, don't stop. You need to rush it to make it as quick as possible, but also pull it back and slow. Or you end up back in Durotar. Like this place is no joke. And I'm actually very surprised that there is even so many invaders in here.
So.
So Crossroads, Badlands Abandon, bring parts to Shimmering Flats. Okay. Wait, do I have it in the bank? I'm so stupid. I need to. Okay, so bank, gravel. Orgrimmar, Thunderbluff, Desolace. I was in Desolace at level 30 to get my shoulders. So it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be good. And I hope I can finish grinding a little bit of wool cloth somewhere. Maybe it drops up north. Yeah, in Thunder Axe Fortress. I think it could drop. Those mobs could drop some wool cloth. Then I would be able to finish the last quest in Orgrimmar to deliver wool cloth. And I might even, like, if I see they drop it, I might even farm them for it. Just for a little bit, not for long, but I need like 12 wool, so should be enough. The mobs, these mobs in Desolace, in Thunder Axe Fortress, this is a very nice spot to grind, because when you do the Alliance Relations quest and you go to the Ghost Walker post, in here you get a quest to suck some souls, to fill up some soul gem or whatever. And these mobs, because they have this weird quest mechanic, their HP pool is lowered, because you need to finish them off with the channeled cast of that of the soul gem, right? So you need to channel the soul gem into them, and they have a low HP. So actually grinding them for XP works quite well, because they die very fast. They die very fast, and some speedrunners actually use that spot to grind XP on mobs at like level 32. I think that they grind it from like 32 to 34 or something. Just keep grinding those Thunder Axe orcs. Makes perfect sense.
Talk to me. How are you?
Hi, how are you? Good day to you.
Pleased to meet you. Here there. Interest you on a pint? How are you?
What do you need? Be safe.
boys, look at this. Look at this massive, huge blackberries. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sweet and sour. Like these are like normal sized ones. This one would be like already a big one. And look at this. This is the size of my thumb. Crazy. And there's so many of them.
Talk to me. Strength and honor.
Blood and thunder. Strength and honor. Farewell.
Blood and thunder. Dabu. What do you need? For the Horde.
Nah, let's all learn all the skills. Who cares?
Thrall, go forth to victory. Strength. Lotar. Speak, friend. Thrall, go forth to victory. Lotar.
Blood and thunder.
Let me finish the video I started watching.
With, right? Because you cannot really predict like what's gonna happen. You always like, because there's people that gonna be doing a lot of inefficient stuff as well. Like I walk out of the starter zone and there's like a level 4 druid fighting the level 6 owls outside, and I need to like find different mobs because like he's obviously just like, he didn't want to level in the starter zone because it's so populated, but he just like cannot even fight the mobs properly here, but he's just trying
Yeah.
to do it anyway. Like,
He's just desperate to
yeah.
have some alone time. Yeah.
Yeah, but getting ahead is really satisfying, and then you basically have a private server
Blood
on
and
like a contested
thunder.
launch. It's very fun.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that's like some of the most interesting gameplay, you could say. I mean, as you say, most good speedrunners will get out of the starting zone pretty quickly and then have the game to themselves afterwards. So a lot of the sort of a lot of the skill of reacting to sort of things hitting you out of the blue isn't necessarily competition from other players, but just well, what if you can't find the patrol, or what if the mob isn't up, or what if you didn't get this particular drop, so now you're behind on XP. And you can definitely make the criticism that when people do a normal speed run, that there's a sandbox element to it where you can log out and plan how to catch up on that XP, or you can use rested XP to fill the gap, or and obviously sometimes people preset in speedruns so they know exactly where mobs are or what types of mobs are up, and the unpredictability of just a raw launch definitely adds an interesting skill element to it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like I said, I think that's the peak for any sort of speedrunning. I would love to see more speedrunning events going on, because we're obviously not gonna get new servers that often. It would get old also, probably. So,
Yeah.
but I think the game has great potential for speedrunning events, and I think the history shows that these events are actually pretty popular. Like the HCAS dungeon drafts are probably the peak of my like streaming career, or whatever you want to call it, as well as just like peak fun, just leveling with a lot of people to get to the highest level. And then all the like excitement that comes with that, and like then you can open the stream and you can hear the casters on the stream like glazing you that you're so good, you level so fast. That just feels great, and I love to hear that. Just give me
Yeah. Well, I mean, I certainly hope we'll get some opportunities for that, and yeah, I'm hoping you'll be in them. But I also wanted to talk a bit about like, we've talked about different kinds of skills that are important for speedrunning and some of the tech you employed in your latest run. But what would you say is your favorite piece of speedrun tech that you have come up with? And I'm thinking tech in a very wide sense. It can be gameplay or routing, or something hunter specific, or a solo, or whatever.
I think probably the most fun that I've had recently with stuff that I have figured out myself. Like a lot of the stuff that I'm doing is kind of someone else figured it out, because the base of my Alliance Hunter route is by Zarant, for instance, right? And like I said, I think it's very optimized and efficient. Like I've done small tweaks to it, but it's not like that large changes that I feel like it's my route.
It's very close.
Yeah. So I think I'm working on a hardcore speedrun right now after completing the softcore one, It's gonna be a lot slower than the softcore run since you cannot just farm ZF endlessly, mainly due to the rule set. It's not allowing you to group to reset the dungeon, because that's the only way to reset ZF on HC. You need someone else to reset it for you. So even at half XP on HC, ZF would still be worth doing for probably like 4 levels. But
Oh,
yeah.
really? Because okay, so
Yeah.
just for people listening who might not know, like on hardcore servers, the trash in dungeons gives like half the XP it does on regular
Yes.
classic servers, and so even for classes who can do the graveyard farm in Zul'Farrak, they get a lot less XP from doing it. But the questing for Hunter in the 40s is so bad that even half like XP from Zul'Farrak cut in half is better.
Yes, because I mean, early on in ZF, like some of my fastest levels are like 40 minutes, 45 minutes. So if it's twice that time, then you're getting an hour and a half level. That is like 1 hour less than grinding that same level in the Naga Cave, for instance, right?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
So yeah, it's still pretty
All right.
insane. But yeah, I'm not doing that, but I'm doing almost every dungeon in the game solo. And that is, I think, my favorite tag that I have actually come up with, because
How may I
that type of dungeons solos I couldn't find many references for. Zeroji probably is the best hunter player at that I know, but his VODs are just like not easy to like go through to actually find. Sometimes and because I know he has done some of the dungeon solos in the past, but I had to find a way to do them in a way that's like speedrun friendly. Zeroji just kind of likes doing them for fun.
Yeah,
So
for the
he
sake
would,
of the challenge
yeah,
of
so
soloing.
he would
Yeah,
like
yeah.
full clear RFC or RFK, I mean, but it wouldn't be the best XP per hour, right? But I had to go into RFK and like try to make it work where it's worth doing in a speedrun. And yeah, I actually like am doing a speedrun right now as we're recording this on the hardcore. Probably when this video is out, I'll be either I die and I'm still doing the speedrun, or it's been done and I'm doing like another round of it. But yeah, I
All
am.
right.
I'll be soloing a lot of bosses in a lot of dungeons, and it requires like that technical trash skipping with the wolf that I had mentioned about ZF, as well as like finding ways to kill the bosses safely and reliably. It's been very interesting. I've done like a lot of testing to figure all this out, and I'm very happy with what I found.
Yeah, and I mean, I can definitely recognize a lot of what you're saying from myself, because I think when I started planning like some rogue dungeon solos, obviously there were a few videos of people doing it, or maybe doing it on other melee classes in a way that could also be done by a rogue. But as you say, it would often involve like clearing a lot of trash, or being like really extremely over leveled, or having world buffs or other things that just means you couldn't really use any of it in a speed run. And trying to find a way where you not only solo the boss, but you actually do it in a way that makes you level faster than you otherwise would have. That's that's definitely interesting to try and come up with. So yeah, I think people will be pretty excited to see what you've cooked up for Hunter.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely
and all that.
going to release all the dungeon solos as in like a little bit of a guide, kind of similar to how you've been doing it for Warrior and Rogue. So I'll be doing that. I think those will be really interesting highlights. And like you said, I think like I know that people do these types of challenges sometimes in hardcore where they're like they want to clear every dungeon, for instance. But usually they do it, like you said, with world buffs or very geared with like advanced engineering and all that, and doing it on a solo self-found character where I'm like soloing all of Deadmines, every single boss at level 25, but my gear is like some cloth robe with 8 spirit on it, and like it's a different story, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, and you have like a white bow, or
Yeah.
stuff like that.
I mean the bow is green there, but yeah, it's
Oh yeah, I'm guessing you have a green bow at that
yeah,
that
the
level, right?
Wetlands
One
bow
from
is
Wetlands.
OP.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, you're basically you have the twink bow, but the eight spirit chest. All right. So it balances
Yes.
out. Um,
Yes.
all right. No, but I'm really looking forward to seeing that, and it's I guess you already kind of covered the next topic I wanted to go to, which is sort of what your next project was. But I'm guessing people will also be interested to hear about some of the other brackets that you've done speedruns in, because people may know that you also not too long ago set a new 1 to 10 record on Hunter. I think, did you go below 1 hour? I think that
Yes.
was,
Yes, I
yeah,
went below 1 hour on softcore and like 1 hour, 1 minute, I think, on hardcore.
yeah.
Which I
And I
think,
mean, that was, I think you got like 10 minutes off the former Night Elf record or something. It was a really big jump,
yes,
or
yes,
I can't remember
definitely.
exactly.
I think the main thing that helped with getting that time was I found a really smart, I would say, unstuck in Teldrassil to actually get to Darnassus faster. Basically, instead of
Hmm.
unstacking to Darnassus, the graveyard, I would unstack to Ruferan village and just take the portal. And not only is that more convenient for the route, it also puts you on the side of Teldrassil that you want to go to, because when you unstack to the graveyard, you need to run through the entire Teldrassil to run to the quest mob at the tree where you turn in the Crown of the Earth quest chain. And when you unstack to the Faran, you're actually like on the correct side of Teldrassil. It saves like another minute and a half of just running through Teldrassil, and that combined with just like a more optimized route plus cleaner gameplay, and obviously for 1 to 10 I'm doing a lot of the presetting, uh, since that's been the meta for 1 to 10 records for a while now. So all of that allows you to actually level a hunter in Teldrassil under 1 hour. But yeah, I was definitely very happy with the time. I remember when I was doing like a couple years ago 1 to 10 speedruns, my dream was like if I could get under 1 hour, and that just looked completely unrealistic to me, and I was just like,
Yeah, because
nah,
the
there's no way
records
you can
back
do
then
it.
were like an hour and 10 minutes or something like that.
Yes,
It's
yes. Those were my times, right? Like I was really happy I could get like 1 hour, 6 minutes, and I was just thinking how cool would it be if we could get under 1 hour, but it was just like, nah, not
yeah.
happening.
Yeah, but of course now we've covered 1 to 10 and 1 to 60, where you very comfortably sit on the world records. But I think we also have to touch the sore thumb of the 1 to 20, uh,
Okay.
where um, yeah, I mean, I think you had the record for ages with I think it was around 5.5 hours for a one
Yes.
to 20, and it was just a part of your 1 to 60. Like you had just taken the 1 to 20 segment of your 1 to 60, and that was
Yeah.
the 1 to 20 speedrun record for I think a couple of years or something.
Yeah, the
And
the
then
one for
obviously,
20
yeah,
bracket is not the most active, so it just kind of sat there, right?
hmm. Yeah, and then obviously Fishy, an American speedrunner, new to the scene, he burst out with I think a 5 hour, 4 minute run on a troll hunter where he played hardcore and soloed some dungeon bosses to get extra XP, and then he improved that time by a couple of minutes. So I think it's 5 hours and 2 minutes now. So when can we expect you to reclaim the triple crown?
Well, okay, so first of all, shout out to Fishy. That run is extremely impressive, and I was very surprised when I saw it at that time. I didn't think it was doable to level that fast on hard. On hardcore, it's even more impressive. I mean, hardcore
Yeah, I didn't think
actually,
that was possible either. I
yeah,
think it surprised everyone.
hardcore actually helps Horde Hunter, it turns out, due to being able to solo RFC and then Lady Anaconda in Waning Caverns to Dink 20, which is
Yeah.
mainly what he used to level that fast. But even like just he has some insane tech for a lot of quests. Like I know the one of the most impressive things to me was the I think it's called Lieutenant Benedict in the Kultiran like castle in
Yeah, the
Durotar.
castle in Durotar. Yeah,
That quest is just so annoying for Hunter due to the confined space and the mobs that charge in is just so bad. But he just like runs in and just finds a pathing spot inside the keep and just like solves the guy there. That like is amazing to me, and I love to see that.
yeah,
But yeah, going back to your question, I basically I thought I had claimed the Triple Crown already because I did actually when I was waiting for the RXP to stack up for my 1 to 60 speedrun, I actually did some attempts for 1 for 20, and I did manage to level a softcore hunter in just under 5 hours. It was like 4 hours 59 minutes, I think. It was a really fun end to the run as well because I basically kind of miscalculated the XP for the route, and I just had to hope that I dropped the glowing soul gem, which is like I think like 5% drop rate or something like that from mobs in Ashenvale,
yeah.
in order to actually ding sub 5 hours, and it dropped like almost from the last mob that like I could have still made it in time, and it was a really like cinematic clutch ending. The thing is I didn't upload the run to speedrun.com because it turns out I have accidentally cheated one Hearthstone cooldown by like around a minute. Which would, if you added
Yeah.
that penalty, it would put it over 5 hours. So I just didn't upload it. The thing is, I am very confident I could redo that run and have a better route for it as well and think even faster. But I just haven't gotten around to doing that because the Hearthstone violation, like, it really didn't matter. I could have halved it, like, the second time around. I'm at the red crystal instead of first, and it would have been basically no difference in time and just wouldn't be cheated then. So I'm really not stressed about getting the record. I just haven't like had the time to do it as I've been very focused on the hardcore project right now.
All right. Well, that is the confidence of a world record holder right there. I don't know. I'll look forward to watching it. It's always cool when someone breaks sort of a new, breakpoint, I guess is the word.
Yeah.
Like when Vitochi did the first mage 1 to 60 in under 2 days. If you manage to pull the first 1 to 20 in under 5 hours, that will be pretty cool. So
Yeah,
looking
for
forward
sure.
to seeing that.
It was really exciting to break the 1 hour time as well for 1 to 10. It was the first non-human paladin class that actually like managed to level. Basically, I think it's the only speedrun that is not in Elwyn Forest that is under 1 hour.
I mean, it's the only speedrun that isn't a human paladin that's under 1 hour, right?
Yeah.
You're a 1 to 10.
Yeah.
That is that's really cool. But I'm thinking there are probably also some people listening who are wondering, like, if they'll be able to sort of level a hunter the same way you did, like with your guide and with the CF graveyard AOE farm. So maybe you can tell people a little bit about that.
Okay, yeah, I am the guide that I have used for that is going to be available hopefully sometime soon after this video airs. I need to finish the video guide for how to solo ZF. I'm doing like a very in-depth deep dive for all the mechanics required. So people who don't really know how to do it, and like there's a lot of things that can just randomly go wrong, and it's hard to understand why something isn't working. So I'm trying to cover all those like small details in that video, and I need to make that video, and after that it's going to be available for anyone that has the Alliance speedrun route. The route is Alliance only, since, like I said before, I'm an Alliance one trick. Although if you learn how to AoE ZF, you could definitely do it on a Horde character. You just need to figure out the kind of transition into and out of ZF yourself. And that guide, unfortunately, I cannot release for free like you're doing with your guides, even though I would love to. It's not like I'm trying to benefit from putting it behind a paywall. It's just like I said, the main framework for the route up to ZF is just the default RXP route, and I don't think it's fair to just take it and then put it for free where they're like it's something that you're
Oh yeah, of
supposed to
course,
pay
of
for,
course.
right?
Yeah.
So I just can't do that. But like I'm working for RXP, and so I was able to talk to them, and it will be part of the RXP official guides. So you'll be able to
Oh,
get it
cool. Yeah.
there.
So basically, once it's out, anyone who has the Alliance speedrun guide for Rested XP will also have your
Yes.
advanced hunter guide. So they'll be able to do their hunter leveling basically the same way you did in your speedrun.
Yes, exactly. Like you won't have to buy anything extra to get it. It's just like there is, for instance, this like advanced mage guide in RXP, right? It's just like a bonus guide that Tommy Salami made for his mage speedrun, and it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
The hardcore guide that I'm making, by the way,
Hmm?
for all the dungeon solos, it's also gonna be there in RXP. Although I think I don't know who would actually use it, because if you're trying to level fast, doing the dungeon solos is like 99% you're gonna die, I think. So, like you need another character
Yeah.
that's softcore to actually try this on before you try it on hardcore, or I think you're gonna die. But I'm gonna put it out just for the sake of like a challenge mode guide for someone if they wanna do it.
Yeah, I mean that's probably true when especially with all the pet pulling and as you say like how fragile Hunter is, like if something goes wrong with your pet or your feign death, like you're done. So I can
Yeah.
imagine that the margin of error in some of these dungeon solos on a Hunter is razor thin. But
Yeah, it is.
yeah, that'll make it even cooler to watch when it's finished. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that's why it's like very exciting to me. It's just I mean, all the respect for like figuring out the, for instance, rogue solos, because like the way to kill the bosses is the interesting part, right? But you don't have to worry about the getting to the boss part for the most part, because it's just stealthing through. Whereas on Hunter, you need to actually find a way to get to the mobs, and pulling large amounts of mobs with your pet and then running past them to the next evade spot. I think it's very interesting to watch.
Yeah, no,
Um,
I agree with you completely because there might be some people thinking, oh well, I mean, hunters can easily solo dungeons, what's the problem? And that's true. If you just walk in with your pet and kill each mob one by one, then yeah, it's pretty easy to solo a lot of dungeons on a hunter. But
mhm.
if you have to do it in the least amount of time, where you do the crazy trash skips with your wolf, then it's a completely different game. So
Yeah,
yeah, I am definitely grateful for just being able to stealth past on rogue or druid,
it definitely helps. Yeah,
and only have to worry about the bosses.
yeah, it makes the druid rogue solos way more consistent, and like your
Yeah,
guide for hardcore is much more realistic for someone to just pick up and use and probably not fail. And even if they get
I
to the
mean, and
boss
if
and
only
they,
for the fact that rogues have vanished. Like if
yeah,
anything goes wrong at all, you can just vanish and wait for the
exactly
cooldown. But
right.
yeah, hunters don't really have, as you say, feign death doesn't always work. So
Yeah, Feindef can get resisted, and then it's GG probably, unless you know the next evade spot or something. Like, yeah, it requires that like quick on-the-spot thinking to not die.
yeah, but I mean, my experience is that a lot of people who I mean, use my guide. Some of them, of course, just do it to level fast, but a lot of them do it for the challenge. Like they know that okay, in the warrior guide they can skip the dungeon solos, but they want to do them for the challenge of it. So I think there will be people who are interested in the hardcore guide as well, even if it is going to be really difficult to pull off all the dungeon solos and the trash skips on the hunter. So
Yeah,
I'm sure people are really happy to hear that they'll be able to play those.
yeah, for sure. I mean,
And
that will also
yeah,
be in RXP, and that's why I'm making it public. I just want people to try if someone wants to try. All I'm saying is you're gonna die, yeah? So don't like expect to not die.
yeah, a little legal disclaimer there. You can't
Yeah.
sue K-Super if your hunter dies in
Like,
Dead Mines
yeah,
or
if
anywhere
you
else for
don't
that matter.
have like a hunter that's like somewhat similar level to the dungeon like to the part where you want to be doing the dungeon, that you can practice it in advance. I think you cannot first try these dungeons. I would be very impressed if someone could first try this, unless you're already a master of all the hunter mechanics that are like involved in it. So all the pet
Well,
skipping,
that
all
that
the
sounds
evade
like
spots.
a
If you know,
challenge X.
yeah, if you know all that, then you could first try it probably. If you don't know any of that, you need to learn it somewhere else first, or you're just gonna lose a lot of time, like leveling a hunter to 25, and then you just die immediately in dead mines.
Well, I mean, I can imagine some listeners now going challenge accepted. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there will be some people trying out your guide, if anything, just to shut you up about
I mean, I'm glad to be
all of this.
proven wrong. It's just
Yeah, yeah,
make sure to
I know what
record.
you mean. All right, and obviously we're putting out this video on YouTube together, so people can find your channel, and I'm guessing that's also where they can find the guides for the Sulfurak graveyard farm when that comes out, and in the future probably also the dungeon solos and just videos of your speedruns in general, right?
Yep, exactly. So that's gonna be the
Yeah.
YouTube channel, and also below you can put a link to my Twitch, which is where I stream somewhat regular nowadays. It's usually Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday that I stream in the evening EU time. So that's like, usually like 7 to midnight, more or less on these days, and that's where I'm doing all these speedruns live. Since yeah, I
Yeah.
like just chatting to people while playing, and I'm happy to take any questions there. So feel free to check it out.
Yeah, I'll definitely put a link to that. And speaking of your YouTube channel, I actually looked at it, and your highest viewed video is actually a mage speedrun. And you mentioned that, I mean, you had played some mage in classic, and I seem to recall you've also played mage in retail. So, are there any mage speed runs in your future?
I think eventually there kind of have to be, because like I said, we can probably get close to the mage time on Hunter, but never beat it. You cannot beat the mages at their own game, which is AoEing, and that is just
Yeah.
the best way to level in Classic. So eventually, I feel like I kind of have to try to get the actual world record, right? Which means learning a mage, but I've been putting it away because I don't find mage gameplay to be that interesting compared to Hunter. I think the
Right.
speedrun has the most views because it was a lot of the Tommy Salami viewers interested in it. Basically, that speedrun was me trying to beat Tommy Salami's 1 to 10 no mage record, and I put a lot of effort into it, and that was like a really fun time, like a challenge for me. So yeah, that was the most I've played mage. Like I've done a lot of Dunmorrow.
All right. Well, I mean, I would be excited to see some mages sat down by a hunter player. We'll see. I mean, I
Yeah,
think
we'll see.
it's definitely a case of just like in expansions where there's arena, the class that's the most popular is also often the one that's the strongest, so it's more represented on the ladder. And it's the same with speedrunning, where some people also speedrun other classes, but I'm I think it's mostly mage, and I guess after that hunter, because they are the fastest and second fastest. So that also means that the competition is tighter. I mean, mage speedrunning especially is really active right now. There was obviously Vitochi, who set a new record not many months ago, getting it under 2 days, and basically at the exact same time, another player called Surkin, I think, set a similar time. He was only 2 hours or so slower than Vitochi, and now just recently, I think maybe a week ago at the time of this recording, someone finished an even faster speedrun, beating
Yes,
Vitochi's time.
Cloud
It's not
Bells. That
it's not approved on the site yet, but I'm guessing it will be. And yeah, so there's definitely competition for the number one spot, which makes it all
for
the more
sure.
interesting to
I think it
watch.
will be hard to beat and require a lot of effort from me, but it's definitely not impossible. We'll see. But yeah, that's like in the far future probably. Kind of depends when they do Classic Plus, I suppose. Because if I'm done with the Hardcore Hunter project, I might go and try Mage. But for now, I think it's Hunter only. And then if Classic Plus comes out, then I'll be focusing on that a lot.
Yeah, going for the hardcore fresh, or not hardcore fresh, classic plus fresh launch race. That'll be interesting
Yes,
to
that
watch.
that will be very fun. I mean, I'm not expecting to win since I'm probably playing Hunter, unless, like I said, there's like a lot of time in between and I actually mastered Mage by then. But
Yeah.
it should be fun.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, people will be able to find, Hunter stuff on your channel and learn about playing Hunter there. But I think there's one question that listeners they wouldn't forgive me if I didn't ask you this. So I kind of have to put it out there now.
Okay.
What's what's your take on the pet thing? I think that's like the eternal discussion around hunters. Like, is it a cat with bite and claw, or with only one? Is it an owl? Is it something else? I think people really want to know this, and you're
Okay.
probably the right one to answer.
I think for speed specifically, it's just cat with claw. That's the most like threat and damage. Basically, what you care about the most is your pet just doing a lot of threat, so you can actually consistently shoot them up and not have to deal with it running towards you, or then you have to like wing clip it or use disengage or something to like get rid of it, so you can keep shooting it. And just having any other pet than a cat or an owl is pretty bad for it. Like you just want pet to have a spammy ability to use focus on. So claw basically is the most damage, and screech is in theory more threat, but it's just a lot less damage than claw, and owls also do 3% less damage than cats. So owl might have like slightly better threat, but the damage cost is like pretty real. So I would say cat
And the
for
damage
speed.
reduction from screech, that's not a big factor, or like how?
Personally, I don't have the most experience with that. I don't think it matters all that much, but it helps if you're doing the like 2 mobs at a time tanking. So you have like one mob on pet, one on you, and you like shoot one and melee the other. It saves some health, but in my experience, usually health is not that big of an issue on Hunter. It's more like you just go if you pull too fast. So I think
All right,
it's
so I'm
more about
guessing the
mana than
answer
health.
is cat with just claw, no bite, and that's
Yes, but you can have
that's how you
bite
go.
if the bite is like higher rank than the claw. Basically, sometimes in the open world, you don't have the opportunity to have the highest ranked claw available at the time. And you might be able to, like, say, pick up bite rank 5 before you can get claw upgraded from rank 3 to rank 5, let's say, right? And at that point, I would train the bite and just leave it on autocast, and it's just kind of gonna have more threat by just being like a nice big burst ability, and then you go back to just clawing.
All right.
So I wouldn't say never
Well,
bite, but definitely prior claw if possible.
yeah. Okay. Well, I think that was sort of the mandatory question. As I said, we kind of had to get that out of the way, because otherwise, I'm pretty sure there
Alright.
would have been a lot of comments asking for it. But I think this was. I think we've covered most of what I wanted to get through, and I figured we could end on a little sort of rapid fire question thing where let's see, I think I have 9 rapid fire questions where you can just give a quick. It doesn't have to be a yes or no, but
Alright.
we'll try and sort of
Yeah.
shoot our shots pretty fast here. So
Alright.
are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Kalimdor or Eastern Kingdoms?
Eastern Kingdoms. I
All right.
think.
Favorite zone to level in?
Western Plaguelands?
Least favorite zone to level in?
Ajara. No, it's just so bad.
Yeah,
Like traversing through Ajara is just cursed.
yeah, I can understand as Alliance why you'd say that. Best thing about speedrunning in Classic?
Uh, now that is not an easy question to actually like rapid fire answer. I would say best thing is
Yeah, but
the
that's why you just gotta answer what
fresh,
pops into your head.
yeah,
you
fresh,
know?
fresh server launches and events.
All right, worst thing about speedrunning Classic?
Naga Cave.
Yeah, okay, I knew you'd say that. Will we ever see you speedrun on Horde?
Probably.
All right. Your Twitch channel is called K-Super2. What happened to K-Super1?
K Super One is no longer with us. I had to take care of him. No, I'm just kidding. Like someone already had their name. It's pretty rare that this name is taken. It's like a pretty dumb nickname that I came up with when I was like 7. It's basically the first letter of my name and just super because I'm super. Like that was my logic, yeah. As a kid, and then yeah, it turns out like this combo is not often used, so it's usually free almost wherever I make an account. But K Super on Twitch was taken, so I just put K Super 2.
Fair enough. How much money would someone have to pay you to swap out the bow sound on your hunter for the gun sound?
Oh man, depends for how long. Are we talking like forever or?
Well, yeah, for as long as you play WoW for the rest of your WoW career.
Oh my god. Okay, I would say I'll do it for $10K.
All right, all right. Any bidders out there? We can put K Super on the spot for that one. And then finally, do you have the world record in death clips on Hardcore Fresh?
Death clips on Hardcore Fresh.
Yeah. Number of death clips on Hardcore Fresh.
I don't know other competitors, but I definitely do have a lot. That Fresh was pretty bad for me. I think I was like on launch until I hit 60, I was like 4 deaths. Pretty bad.
Yeah, and today I learned about some new ones apparently from the Seasons of Mastery Fresh, where you also play hardcore. So
yeah, I definitely do die quite a bit. I just like trying to push the limits, and every now and then you hit the unlucky combination of trying to maybe greed a little too much and being a little too distracted at the time, and it just ends up in a death.
yeah, and I mean, there's definitely also sleep deprivation on launch races that factors.
Yeah, I mean that launch race I was also very sick, and yeah, I just had a really poor performance.
Yeah. All right. Well, you made up for it later. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's kind of all I had for today. Do you want to leave a final message for people listening?
My final message would be to just try Hunter. Like, I think if you guys are enjoying speedrunning in this game, Hunter is probably the most fun class to play, I would say. Like, if your brain is wired in a way where you like optimizing and micromanaging a lot of small inputs, I think that's the most satisfying class to play. I think it's kinda, for how fun and good it is, it's underrepresented currently in the speedrun scene. I would love to see more Hunter speedrunners.
All right. Well, let that be the last word. So thanks for coming, man. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was really fun, really fun format, and I'm happy to have been here. Thank you.
Although we have wolverines here as well. They could probably kill one, and then a pack of wolves, or This is Rainbolt, possibly the best geoguesser to ever live.
South Korea. Belgium.
He knows more about maps than anyone else. The things he knows will blow your mind.
That was insane. Are you cheating? How do you know exactly where it's at?
Oh, we're finished. We're finished.
How is it Thailand? Like, how the... Bro, I don't know what to do.
And I might be about to make the biggest mistake of my life because I decided to challenge him to decide my next adventure. Using his insane knowledge of the world, all he had to do was choose a set of coordinates and I had to try to get there no matter what. It could be up insane mountains, remote islands, literally anywhere. The only rules were it had to be somewhere in Norway. But with Norway being one of the wildest and most remote countries in the world, I knew this was not going to be easy. However, nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to face. I'm a little bit nervous to meet him, to be honest. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of his videos and he seems like a really cool guy. Yeah, how you doing? Thanks for joining this video. And I'm a huge fan of your work.
Likewise.
So are you in Thailand or where are you?
I'm in Bangkok. You're in...
I'm in Norway, Oslo.
Oslo, okay.
You can't tell by the background?
Oh yeah, the black pixels in the back make me. And so you basically just told me you want to go to coordinates in Norway, and it's up to me to decide where you go, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I thought about it for a while, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
And I know like kind of like places that you've been in Norway because I've watched your videos and I kind of like get like the gist of like what you kind of usually like to do. And I thought like what could I do that would be different? And you have no idea where I'm going with this, do you?
No idea.
Okay, are you nervous or like?
Yeah, I am a little bit nervous. The thing is, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get there.
I guess just for context on myself is I love Street View, right? Like I love looking at all these different blue lines on Street View.
Yeah, no.
And the privilege of looking at, you know, being able to click in anywhere in Norway and being like, wow, like that is sick. And you can see mountains all over the place. And so I thought to myself, if I had the privilege of, you know, giving someone to any coordinate possible in Norway, why not send them to statistically the most remote place in Norway that is the furthest point from any single blue line on this Norway map? So me and a couple friends downloaded 100,000 Norway locations and put it through a script that gave us the exact coordinates of the most remote place in Norway. So these coordinates are statistically the furthest away from any official Google Street View coverage or any uploaded photo onto Google.
Right, okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. That is cool. All right, okay, that's my location.
38 to 40 kilometers from the closest road.
That is going to be pretty far because I not only one way and get picked up, I also have to get back from there.
The thing about this is that you're going to need a boat.
Yeah, okay.
Because there's so much water to get here.
The lakes look small, but they're probably larger than they look, right? And there are also quite a bit of wildlife. I think there are bears up there as well. I'm pretty sure where you put the needle right now, no one has been to ever.
Selfishly, I want you to go here so I can see videos of like what this place looks like because I have no idea. Like,
okay, so for research purposes or to train your like skills.
Yeah, there's some videos down here in this national park down here, but I couldn't find any videos close to this. There's literally, I don't think anyone's ever touched here.
I think this whole thing is going to take me about a week, back and forth.
Do you think it's possible?
Yeah, I mean anything is possible, but yeah, it is a bigger mission than I thought. But I know I'm gonna give it an attempt. Yeah, I might try to call you though during my expedition where I can show you like the surroundings, and then based on that you can kind of like try to tell where I am.
Which is actually, I'm kind of nerfing myself because I'm putting you in a place where I also know the most little about.
Cool, man. Thank you so much again, and I look forward to the adventure. All right, man. Take care. See ya. All right. Well, that is gonna be very exciting. I did expect it a little bit, to be honest, that he would find somewhere super remote. I thought it would be more like mountains. This is definitely a different challenge. It is very, very far from civilization. When I did the straight line mission, that was 20 kilometers. This is just 40 kilometers to the middle, and then I have to go back as well. I am not confident that I'm gonna make it. Not at all, but I'm gonna give it a try. After the call with Rainbolt, I spent hours studying the map. As far as I could tell, there were 3 possible ways to reach the coordinates. Option A was the most obvious. Starting in Abtsi, it was almost a straight line across the plateau. It would mostly be hiking with just a handful of lakes and rivers to cross. But since I was bringing a pack raft anyway, I figured I might as well make the most of it. That's when I found option B. Starting in a town I still can't pronounce, Lapolapol or something, I could follow the river for the first 20 kilometers before continuing on foot. Then there was option C. It started near the Finnish border and was by far the longest route. But in theory, I could stay on the river for almost 60 kilometers, which sounded incredibly tempting. The problem was the river itself. After taking a closer look, it seemed to carry far too much water. There were several sections that looked like they could contain rapids or even drops that would be far too dangerous in a loaded pack raft. So in the end, option B felt like the best compromise. Shorter than option A, much more pack raft friendly and without the obvious risk of option C. But still, it would be a 120 kilometer round trip, which is crazy far. And it suddenly dawned on me just how extreme this was going to be. I knew I had to fully prepare, so with a few additional gear purchases, I packed my bag and started my journey up north. And after 18 long hours on the road and multiple reindeer sightings,
Look at that reindeer.
I finally arrived at the closest road to the coordinates where my adventure would begin. So I am pretty sure that this is it. This is the river that I am gonna follow. I have the feeling that this is gonna be quite the adventure. I am really excited though, but I'm also a little bit nervous for this. I feel like I'm heading into the unknown. So I think the main dangers on this trip is something can happen with a pack raft. There could be drops, of course, getting lost. This is the most deserted place in Norway, which means it's one of the most deserted places in Europe. I'm very, very far from any help or cell phone connection. Other dangers is lightning. It's all relatively flat. There are bears in this area. There was a guy, he was attacked last year, I think. He was bit and they went out to try to kill the bear, but I think I read somewhere that they shot the wrong bear or something. So the bear that attacked that man is still out there. But of course, before I even set off, there was already a problem with my plan. So the original plan was to go with the pack raft from that river over there, but it's running the wrong way. So I've decided to put the pack raft on my backpack instead. Use it later. The backpack is already 35 kilos, so with this, it's gonna be like 45. Oh, that's so heavy. One last, going through my head. Do I have everything? I think I have everything. There's always something you forget. You should always just make sure that that something you forget is not something important. But yeah, this is gonna be by far the longest hike I've ever done. For like 120 kilometers. There's gonna be a lot of this and all this swamp stuff. I mean, I'm gonna get my feet wet eventually anyway. So the thing about having wet feet is also that you're more prone to blisters. And for those of you wondering, yes, I am completely alone out here. It's not like I have a rescue team ready to help me. Even though I just covered the first few kilometers, it was only now that I was realizing how extreme this would be. 120 kilometers, that's the equivalent of 1,300 football fields or almost 3 marathons. And I wouldn't be traveling on a road or running track. This would all be over rugged wild terrain, not to mention with a 40 kilo backpack. I had only bought enough food and resources for about 6 days, so already I was becoming extremely doubtful whether or not this would even be possible. And just making the coordinates wasn't the only thing I had to worry about. So I'm actually wondering if this might be bear tracks. They look very similar to the ones we saw in Romania. You can see it here. Yeah, I think it's very unlikely that I actually meet any animals at all, but the moose is probably the most dangerous one out here. Look at this. The reindeer. We don't have that many animals that can kill a reindeer here though. We have wolverines here as well. They could probably kill one. And then a pack of wolves or a bear, obviously. So yeah, that could be bear tracks. You see how big that is? And then there's another one up here. So if it is, then hopefully it's not near. So this water looks very, very clean. And I was empty. I don't bring any extra water because I know there's going to be so much water on this trip. Although I gotta say, so far it's been a little bit less than I thought. I thought rivers like this would be everywhere, but there's a lot of still water. I would drink that if it was an emergency, but you should boil water that's like still. Even though it didn't look like it, being so far north that the sun never actually sets, the day was drawing to a close. I'd made pretty good progress, covering about 25 kilometers, but before I could pitch my tent for the night, there was one final challenge standing in my way. This is kind of dumb, but there's like 5 meters to the other side. Look, there's no way around it. I have to go over there, so I think I'm gonna have to use the pack raft. It's gonna take me like 20 minutes to blow it up, but it's not worth swimming over here. I don't have a waterproof backpack either, so I have no choice. It's gotta be the shortest pack raft in history, but it's so freaking deep here. Like it's maybe like 4 or 5 meters deep. Okay, so I think I'm done for today. I'm gonna find somewhere to put up my tent. When you're tired like this, you just want to find somewhere, but you'll always regret it if you don't find somewhere good. Look at all the mosquitoes now. They're big too. This hat is so worth the money though. It's only like 10 bucks or something, but it's really a lifesaver out here. All right, well, good night from the tent. See you guys tomorrow. If you've ever watched my videos before, you probably heard me talk about sailing. But recently, they've added a couple of new features that I think are worth mentioning. You can now get a travel phone number through Sailing. So if a hotel, restaurant app, or delivery service asks for your number while you're abroad, you can give them your Sailing number instead of your personal one. And also now you can get an eSIM data plan for your cruise trip, so if you travel by sea, you can stay connected there as well. Apart from that, it's still the same eSIM that I've been using whenever I travel. You set up everything before you leave, and as soon as you land, you're connected. So no physical SIM cards, no hunting for phone shops, and it works in over 200 different destinations. So if you've got any trips planned, check out Saily using the link below and my code MAGNET. You now get 15% off your first Saily plan. Thank you, Saily, for sponsoring this video. And cheers. You know, this light green moss, in Norwegian we call it reindeer moss, and you can actually eat it. Probably so few calories that it's maybe not even worth eating it. This is definitely the highlight, always making coffee. I started day 2 feeling pretty fresh. I got good sleep and still didn't feel too fatigued. However, as I started to get further and further away from civilization, I started to encounter a new problem. It's easy to get lost though. Now I'm walking in a weird direction. Wait, I'm walking the completely wrong way now. No, this is This is more the way. Is there a lake down there though? That looks like a big swamp. I don't want to go through there. Why is this still showing that I'm going the wrong direction? I must have gotten completely lost up there. Because I'm still going the wrong direction. Being this remote, even my GPS was starting to have serious trouble figuring out where I was. Navigating on this expedition was not going to be as straightforward as I had expected. With no phone reception, getting lost out here would be really bad. I guess that I am moving the wrong way. But the GPS seems confused. For a while there, nothing made sense. Like, it felt like I was walking the opposite way. So many mosquitoes. Can't really stop. I also swallowed a whole bunch of mosquitoes. It's not a great feeling, but a little bit of extra protein, I guess. I can't wait to get on the water. I just swallowed. Found this cabin in the middle of nowhere. Looks like no one has been here for years. It's almost kind of creepy. There's a lot of empty bottles and stuff inside, but we're like 20 kilometers, about 20 kilometers in like a straight line to any civilization. So it's very remote out here. Should we peek in the window to see what it looks like inside? Dude, if there's anyone in there now, I'm gonna be so scared. It's like a homemade ladder up to the roof of the cabin. I'm like worried that I'm gonna go straight down through the roof. Look, that is the direction I'm heading. It's still so far though. Behind the mountains, you see. It's crazy to be here, and I haven't seen a single person. I mean, you're gonna say, oh, that's obvious, but there are a lot of hikers in Norway that sometimes you see hikers at the weirdest places, but here there's not even been a trace of any humans. All right. Oh, this is nice. Dude. This is like being in Disneyland or something. I'm just gonna keep going for a little. Oh, there are some rocks sticking up, so I gotta be a little bit careful. Now I can feel the rocks. I don't want to puncture this. As nice as it was to finally give my legs a break, I really had to be careful not to puncture the boat. There were tons of rivers and lakes I needed to cross, not just to get to the coordinates, but also to get back. And with the water being freezing cold and my backpack not being waterproof, a puncture would be pretty catastrophic. I'm a little bit afraid of all the vegetation sticking up. There could be some pointy ones puncturing the boat. Dude, anything to not have to get out of the boat. Whoa, look at this. It is like 2 meters, or 1.5 at least meters deep. It is crazy deep. Oh jeez, it's getting more and more narrow. Also, ChatGPT told me to be a little bit careful going down like this because I could surprise animals. So I'm gonna make a lot of noise talking and stuff. Oh no. A tree, man. Okay, so I'm crossing the first lake. I can hear the pack raft is leaking a little bit. I can hear like a little whistle sound, but I think it's very slowly. And the water is freezing, so having to swim to shore would be pretty dangerous. There's some clouds moving in and out too. Hopefully it's not gonna start raining. This is also somewhere you don't want to be when there's lightning. Being out on the ocean, you're the highest point. And if I got a puncture, the thing is I could not abandon my backpack either because I would be dead out here without all my stuff. So I would have to make sure I saved not only myself but also my backpack. After crossing the 2 huge lakes, day 2 was coming to an end. It was time to leave the pack raft to pick it up on the way back. At over 10 kilos, there was absolutely no point of carrying it any further because the rest of the journey had to be done by foot anyways. But this is where the mosquitoes started to get really bad. Ah, they get through, that's the thing. They bite me through my hat. I don't know if you can see that. My shoulder, it looks like it has fur on it. Try to drink some water. It's so hard to do stuff when I'm getting swarmed by mosquitoes like this. I don't think that's going anywhere. Okay, this is gonna be my camp for tonight. I have water. I'm gonna try my luck fishing. Oh, I almost got it. In hell, that was the one aggressive fish. I almost felt like it was a frog, but I think it was a fish, just the way it was jumping. Oh no, that went to the other side. That was a terrible throw. Oh, to the other side again. You know. Again to the other side. I say I shouldn't throw far and then I do the exact same thing again. If you want to watch someone who's good at fishing, you should watch another channel though. I'm an amateur. Up. There's a fish. Yeah, there we go. Woo! Hell yeah! Look at that, it's a big one too. Look at it. Holy crap! There's fish on the menu tonight. That's so cool. The tricky part is always getting all the bones out, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I know there's a technique where you go in around the back and just split it, but it's too advanced for me. I'm a beginner. And now this says chili, but I just made a salt and pepper mix. The funny thing is, I actually used to hate camping as a kid. I don't know if I had ADHD or not, but like I was all over the place. I wanted to do something like active, and being out like hiking didn't really do it for me. But as an adult though, as you can probably tell, I'm really appreciating this. Ooh, it looks delicious. Going to sleep, I felt pretty good with my progress so far. Reaching the coordinates the next day definitely didn't look impossible, but things were about to take a turn. I didn't sleep too well. Last night it was like super hot. You see the mosquitoes are waiting for me to get out. I feel so like deformed. My face is just like full of mosquito bites. But it's day 3 now. Hopefully this is gonna be the last day. Oh, the mosquitoes are just getting worse and worse. I talked to some locals and they said that the mosquitoes They really like it if it has rained, but they like the ground to be wet. So after rain, it's usually very bad. And a few days ago, I think it rained a lot. My ears have been feeling really numb. And I realized the reason is because since my ears are sticking out, they're in contact with the net, and the mosquitoes can just sit on the net and bite through the net. And that's why I put some duct tape on the outside to prevent the mosquitoes from biting my ears. I really feel it. My legs are so sore now though. After just an hour of walking, I was already not feeling good. It was way hotter than it had been the previous day, and I could feel the blisters forming on my feet, and the fatigue was really setting. I had severely underestimated how hard traveling this far with a 40-kilo backpack was. This was beginning to become one of the hardest challenges I'd ever done, and I still had such a long way to go. The landscape was also way more barren out than I had expected, creating the most serious problem I had encountered so far.
Water.
I've been looking for water now the last 2 hours. It's really hot. I have 0 in my bottle. Looks like there is a river in about 3 kilometers, but I've been like, I don't know, I don't want to risk it. I see these like little pots of water, but they look muddy and it doesn't look like a good idea to drink from them. So I am hoping that I get to a river now in a couple of kilometers, but man, I'm really thirsty. Didn't really think that was going to be a problem here. I was becoming seriously dehydrated. I could feel my brain slowing down, and even simple navigation was becoming difficult. I desperately needed to reach the river. What the? I've been walking in a circle. What the fuck? I keep walking in circles, like. Okay, so it's that direction. Oh my goodness. I'm never gonna take water for granted ever again. With still quite a few kilometers to go, I pressed forwards. But with almost half of my supplies depleted, I realized I had to reach the coordinates today, or it would be unsafe to continue, as I wouldn't have enough food for the return journey, meaning I'd be forced to turn around, and all of this would be for nothing. So I pushed onwards. But this is where my body really started to feel the impact of everything I'd put it through. I did not feel good. Oh, I'm limping on both my feet right now. Moving so slowly. It's weird how it just came out of kind of nowhere. It felt good. 3-4 hours ago I felt really good, and then it just hit me. I'm moving so slow now. I'm only 1.5 kilometers from the coordinates, but I am feeling so empty right now. I haven't filmed much the last few hours. And my legs are killing me. I get these cramps. Oh, yeah, this is a nightmare. It was enjoyable in the beginning. I enjoyed catching that fish as well. But today has not been enjoyable at all. The pain was becoming excruciating. I felt a huge urge to turn back around. But coming so far and being this close, I knew I just had to press on. I was now just a few kilometers away from the coordinates. I just had to dig deep and hope I could make it. It's the last stretch now. Maybe a kilometer, I'm not sure. Oh, my legs hurt so bad. Where the frick is it? It should be very close. I think I can see it now. Oh, that's so much further than I thought, but still. You chose some good coordinates. That is actually really beautiful. So, wow, look at that. Woo! Come on. Hell yeah. This is this exact location. This is pretty much the spot right here. This is what I've been staring at the map, wondering what the easiest way to get here is. And now I'm here. It took way more effort than I thought though to get here. This was not the end of my journey though, not at all. I was just so exhausted. I instantly got in my tent and slept. And it wasn't until the next day I realized how bad a state I was in. Dude, I'm in bad shape. Look at that. Completely swollen from all the mosquito bites. And my feet are looking really bad as well. I've never had blisters like this before. I don't know if you see that, but it actually hurts. Like it's so thick. And as usual, although I didn't know it yet, the most dangerous part of the trip was still to come. But before I could even get there was one more bad news. Okay, so I just realized I've done a big freaking mistake. I've kept my GPS on the whole time, this new GPS thing I got. And it's supposed to have like 30 days of battery or something, but it's completely empty now. But yeah, it makes me a little bit worried about how to get back. 30% left on my watch. That has a compass, and my phone has a compass as well, so fingers crossed I'll be alright. The first thing I had to do to get back was to find my pack raft, but with the weather turning pretty bad and the rainfall getting worse and worse, I knew much of the terrain could become a lot harder to cover if I wasn't quick. Also, with the strong winds coming in, I was starting to worry if I'd done enough to secure my pack raft, or if it could have blown away. That would be really bad, as without the boat, crossing the huge lakes would be impossible. All I could do now was just to power through the pain and make it back to the pack raft as quick as I could.
It's already going out.
Stretch now. Kilometer, I'm not sure. Oh, my legs hurt so bad. Where the frick is it? It should be very close. I think I can see it now. Oh, that's so much further than I thought, but still. You chose some good coordinates. That is actually really beautiful. So, wow, look at that. Woo! Come on. Hell yeah. This is this exact location. This is pretty much the spot right here. This is what I've been staring at the map, wondering what the easiest way to get here is. And now I'm here. It took way more effort than I thought though to get here. This was not the end of my journey though, not at all. I was just so exhausted. I instantly got in my tent and slept. And it wasn't until the next day I realized how bad a state I was in. Dude, I'm in bad shape. Look at that. Completely swollen from all the mosquito bites. And my feet are looking really bad as well. I've never had blisters like this before. I don't know if you see that, but it actually hurts. Like it's so thick. And as usual, although I didn't know it yet, the most dangerous part of the trip was still to come. But before I could even get there was one more bad news. Okay, so I just realized I'd done a big freaking mistake. I've kept my GPS on the whole time, this new GPS thing I got. And it's supposed to have like 30 days of battery or something, but it's completely empty now. But yeah, it makes me a little bit worried about how to get back. 30% left on my watch. That has a compass, and my phone has a compass as well, so fingers crossed I'll be alright. The first thing I had to do to get back was to find my pack raft, but with the weather turning pretty bad and the rainfall getting worse and worse, I knew much of the terrain could become a lot harder to cover if I wasn't quick. Also, with the strong winds coming in, I was starting to worry if I'd done enough to secure my pack raft, or if it could have blown away. That would be really bad, as without the boat, crossing the huge lakes would be impossible. All I could do now was just to power through the pain and make it back to the pack raft as quick as I could. Oh no. Oh, even further up. It's too deep to cross too. Okay. To go up a bit. Okay. It's gonna be interesting to see if the pack raft is still there. Yup, it's still there. Now that I had the pack raft, all I had to do was cross the big lakes. Then make my way down the river I had intended to use in the beginning, and that would take me all the way back to the car. Oh, I'm so tired of paddling against the stream and the wind. I'm a little bit worried. I think I heard some thunders. And being out here, my head is the highest point on this water, so I'm gonna try to rush now, getting to shore. Look at this. You see, there's some dark clouds. Okay. I safely managed to make it across the lakes and connect back up with the river. From this point, I started to relax a little, as I thought the journey was pretty much done.
I need to go to the toilet.
And it would be plain sailing back to the car now. But I couldn't have been more wrong. Wow, look at that. It's 11:30. Oh man, look at that. I went around and I was sucked under by the, you can't really see it that well from here, but there's a lot of water. I was like, I had to get out of the pack raft and my bag and everything. Dude, that was very, very scary. I almost made it back. And of course, that's when something like that happens. You can't really see it from here. But it's a huge, huge wave. I need my pack raft though. Even though the drop didn't look that bad on camera, the force of it pulling me...
It feels staged. Because when you're doing some canoeing or kayaking, you hear any rapids like this a long time before they actually happen. Like a long time before they actually happen. It's not that hard to stop, take a look at what you're going into. But then, this is not a small rapid. Like, I can definitely see how this could pull you in and flip you over. That's for sure. On the other hand, it doesn't seem like you should be inside the barrel and just be stuck in. So it's just, you know, getting your head smashed on a rock or something. That's the most dangerous. What would happen to you, obviously, and drown. This is not a small rapid, it's a big rapid, but it feels staged because you know about something like this long time before you get into it. Come on, Magnus, mate.
Down was insane, as I struggled to save not only myself but also my heavy backpack. I finally managed to retrieve my pack raft after about half an hour of trying to pull it in with a long stick, but it had punctured, forcing me to continue by foot and fight all the pain of the blisters and the fatigue for just a little longer, as I knew I was now so close to civilization. So I just made it back to the car. Completely wet, all my stuff is wet.
I mean,
I've been
look
up
at
for...
it. It really felt staged. Look at this. He's chilling on a completely calm water. And that's the thing, right? Like, when you have rapids, or you have anything that kind of breaks the current, and the water flows over, like, before that, there's very little stream that's pulling you through. It's almost stagnant. The water is almost stagnant. We call it oil when canoeing. So there's no stream that's pulling you through, and it's very easy to just, you know, stop, turn around and do whatever. Get out of the boat, look where you're going, like look how hard the rapids are, how big they are, and everything. So it's like in here it's very safe, and across the water you can hear it for a very long distance. Like you can hear it like 200-300 meters before you get there. You get out of the boat, you scout the location, scout the area, check whether it's safe to go through or not. And it goes like this, and then
Man.
this is so staged. Come on, man. No.
Look at that. I went around and I was sucked under by the... You can't really see it that well from here, but there's a lot of water. I was like, I had to get out of the pack raft and my bag and everything. Dude, that was very, very scary. I almost made it back. And of course, that's when something like that happens. Can't really see it from here, but it's a huge...
You can hear it. You can hear how loud it is. And right over that, like right above the rock wall, or the stone wall, there's just calm water.
Huge wave. I need my pack raft though.
Even though the drop didn't look that bad on camera, the force of it pulling me...
You can see that, like on top is just calm water. Then there's couple of rocks and a rapids, and this huge wave. He didn't have to go through that. He knew in advance. Like, this is staged. I'm sorry, this is staged.
Down was insane, as I struggled to save not only myself but also my heavy backpack. I finally managed to retrieve my pack raft after about half an hour of trying to pull it in with a long stick, but it had punctured, forcing me to continue by foot and fight all the pain of the blisters and the fatigue for just a little longer, as I knew I was now so close to civilization. So, I just made it back to the car. Completely wet, all my stuff is wet. I've been up for 21 hours and now I'm here, so. And now the f***ing mosquitoes. I'm getting out of here. Hey, dude.
Dude, oh my god. I just finished watching it. Well, first I'd like to apologize. I didn't know, like, the depth of what you were really getting into out there.
No need to apologize. That was a fun adventure.
Dude, you told me when you were leaving, you were like, okay, I'm leaving tomorrow. Like, I'll text you when I get service, maybe. A day went by, I didn't get text. I'm like, okay, he doesn't have service. Like, I understand. 2 days went by. I'm like, okay, he's out there. Bro, by like day 4 or 5, like I was almost like reaching out to people you know, like because I was like actually worried for your safety. I'm like, oh my god, like I killed Magnus. No, when you text me back, it was like the biggest stress relief of my life. Like, oh my god, thank God he's safe. I'm like, oh my god, like I cannot believe I'm playing through this. Like everyone's gonna hate me. Like I'm sorry. Bro. You're officially the person that has been in the most remote place in Norway. So that's quite the title.
Yeah, I guess so. So where would you, if we did something similar in the future, what country would you wanna do next?
Dude, I've thought about this. Dude, I would love to go to Nepal with you.
Nepal, okay. Yeah, that would be great.
Like,
so you would come next time. You would join yourself.
I love mountain climbing. I would go with you. But any high altitude in Nepal,
yeah,
count me in on your next adventure.
Okay,
yeah,
nice.
It'd be an honor.
Yeah. So if you guys want to see that next, you should drop a comment below.
Let's watch Guzu.
Features Blizzard must address for Classic Plus. Let's take a look at this.
Has made vanilla World of Warcraft, it truly was during a different time for gaming. There was less thinking about min-maxing and a long-term plan, and just a group of guys making stuff that they thought was fun. And for the majority of the features within vanilla, they absolutely got it right. Then again, there are a few features in the game, or missing features should I say, which have gone on to be a bit more noticeable the longer that we've played this game. With Classic Plus expected to be announced during BlizzCon this September, I thought it would be good to get a little bit ahead of things and go over a few base features in vanilla which I think could probably use another look at. So
I mean, let's see whether we agree or not.
These will either be minor additions to the game or baseline features to vanilla which really haven't stood the test of time, as well as some other things. So with that said, let's make a start. So I want to start off with an addition which probably is about as non-controversial as you can get for adding something completely new to the vanilla world, and that would be to note the lack of guild banks within the game. So
I mean, dude, listen, we've spoken a lot about this before with quality of life and it being a slippery slope and like suddenly you add no friction to the game, but a guild bank is like a thing that's just, it's just so nice to have, man. It's so annoying having to have like guild bank characters.
Originally, these didn't arrive on...
Not having a guild bank is retarded. It should be put in the game immediately.
until patch 2.3 in TBC, but they just gave people organizing guilds a much easier and more convenient way to sort out the guild's materials, enchanting items, consumables, all that kind of stuff. On regular vanilla as it is at the moment, instead of a guild bank, you'll just have the main officers and guild leaders have an alt that controls all these kinds of items, but a guild bank would make it more accessible and convenient without, I think, really losing anything from the game either. And if
I do agree with this, 100%. I hate guild banks in general, it just funnels to like 10 people always. There'd be some sussy guilds you've been joining then if that's the case.
they were to add a guild bank, it's one of those things where I'd just say, yeah, okay, nice, that makes sense, sure, why not? Another thing I think could use changes is something which, to be honest, has already been changed, and I'm sure this will be in for Classic Plus, and those are updates to the baseline user interface. So I don't know if you played on a vanilla 1.12 client in a very long time, the chances are that you have not played on a 1.12 client, and let me tell you, you probably do not want to play on a 1.12 client.
I have played on that. Yeah, I have.
No, not everyone will like.
I will just say, I mean, I think I have like a personal, like, grudge against the edit mode. I feel like it just, it annoys, I don't know, maybe, I just love, like, baseline, just vanilla UI. I really do, man. And I gotta get an add-on to then fix some things that the edit mode breaks. It doesn't really, like, ruin it for me, like, having edit mode, but for me personally, I would rather have it not be there. But I do get that it makes things a lot easier for people to, like, set...
I mean, edit mode is not great. It's great that edit mode is in the game, that you can, you know, just easily set up your UI. It's just somehow weirdly stupid and twisted in classic Blizzard fashion, or maybe I should say in classic Microsoft fashion. It's just somehow a little fucked up in classic Microsoft fashion, a little more convoluted than it should be. But it's definitely a good thing that we have a way to change the stupid UI, somehow built within the game without add-ons, and actually working, or supposedly should be working on upon the subsequent patches, because having to completely set up your whatever UI you had from scratch every time Blizzard breaks something just fucking sucks. But like, yeah. So it's great that they gave us the opportunity to fix the UI, or you know, change the UI, build within the game. They should do something about the chat window now, but yeah, well, whatever.
Things up, you know, it does. The search function in the settings menu is nice though. I do like that, but edit mode, I think it's mainly just the chat and a few other things, but I get why people want it. It's not really ruining anything. It's just, I feel like an old man sitting on my porch yelling at like, yelling at the sky, right?
They call the updates to the baseline UI, especially since Blizzard have been pushing a lot of them recently, but it is...
I do think, though, the raid frame stuff is quite nice. That I do think is quite nice, because the vanilla frames, if you know, you have to drag out each individual frame one by one. I just don't like that I have to open up the edit mode every single time to change it. That's what annoys me about it.
Better than the alternative. It's also worth a note that just recently Blizzard did increase the nameplate distance on Classic Era from 20
I think that's a good change.
yards up to 41 yards. So if you're playing, you know, a hunter or something, you can actually see what you're shooting at now. That's a pretty novel change. It is a...
I like this. I do like the nameplate change, but I'm not a big fan of edit mode personally, okay? Maybe I'm like too much of a purist, but I do prefer it without. Same with the death effect setting, which was baseline in the game, and then they removed it, and you're stuck with the black and white screen that just flashbangs you. I mean, most people use like an add-on to remove that.
A little bit odd, we've had the 20-yard nameplate for, you know, 7 years, and then it just randomly changes out the blue. I'm assuming this was done on purpose, but we didn't really get a blue post about it either. Nevertheless, I think I'm generally in favour of them doing updates to the UI. Before we continue, I want to do a quick...
It depends on how much, right? But
quick mention to today's sponsor, Boot.dev, and watch out during this integration because I've got a special discount code that'll be perfect for getting started. If you're a gamer who's ever wondered about making the jump into coding, Boot.dev is the ideal first step for that. They'll take you from beginner to expert in Python through a hands-on RPG-like experience where things are kept really interesting and engaging. So they've made learning into a game, and you can make that game into a career. It's learning driven by what makes games so repeatable and engaging. You earn experience, unlock achievements, complete quests, and fight bosses, all while you're learning coding skills to forge a whole new career. It's literally leveling up in real life. You'll also earn items that work like power-ups to help solve difficult situations, and random chest drops will give you items such as consumables to help when you're stuck. It's like finding a rare spawn out in the open world in WoW, and the approach Boot has with its hands-on learning is really the way to do this. You're constantly writing your own code throughout the curriculum, not just watching somebody else do it, and in my experience you learn so much faster when you're doing things for yourself. You can also search up challenges too if you really want to hone in on a particular area that you feel needs more work. There are specialization. Now Blizzard have been pushing.
Yeah, I mean,
link in the description with my code Willie to get 30% off your entire first year for Boot.dev. As always, thank you to Boot for supporting the channel. Let's get on back to WoW. Another addition which I think we will more than likely see in Classic Plus will be some kind of dual specialization. Now Blizzard have been pushing.
Yeah, I mean, dual spec is nice though. If you make it cost like some sort of fee, whatever, like 50 or 100 gold, I don't think it's necessarily bad, man. I know people say, oh well, the gold sink, but like, it's not really fun playing a spec and then being like, oh, I want to go do PvP or do something else, but then I gotta respec from my raid spec and I'm raiding in 2 days, so I gotta respec back. I think dual spec is nice.
Dual spec in all kinds of different versions of Classic for quite a long time now. Initially it was brought into Season of Discovery in an earlier phase, and then after it was popular there, it's also been rolled out to Classic Era, as well as the Anniversary realms. And every time dual spec is brought into the game, it seems to be overwhelmingly positive.
It just makes people able to play more, right? Like, I mean, it's I know friction is good, but like, just give people 50 gold, you get dual spec, and then you have your 2 specs you want, right?
I do wonder if
being able to change spec mid-dungeon in the raid is too much IMO. That's actually a fair point. Being able to like swap mid-dungeon and mid-raid and stuff like that, that is a bit much. Yeah, I can see that. Just make it in cities only, so you would have to go... Yeah, that could make sense. You would have to be in a big city to change your dual spec. Like, to change your spec.
I was thinking about that. But other change I would really like to see is for warlocks to be able to summon inside an instance. And have summoning stones outside of the instances. And that would just neglect that, because then if you had to Hearthstone or take a mage portal to respec and then get summoned back from a warlock, like, why go through that instead of just allowing the players to respec or change the dual spec whenever they want, right? And considering that I want some other changes, like the Warlock Summon, for example, and the Summoning Stones, like having to go to ZZZ, to the rested location, to change the spec, is just bad game design.
Yeah. That could make sense.
Or would be if they implemented the change to Warlock and Summoning Stones, as I would like them to implement.
Suppose.
Actually, people will ask.
Yeah, be in a rested area. If you're in a rested area, you can change your spec, and if you have the dual spec unlocked, go to a rested area, and then you change it to whatever you want, right? I think that's a pretty cool way of doing it, actually. Yeah, that would be quite nice for me personally, at least.
Oh, why do we stop at dual spec? We have 3 specs each. Why can't things be more flexible? And I think there will
calm down.
Will be a conversation around that in due course. But for the time being, dual spec I think is another addition to the game, which really doesn't do too much harm for how impactful it is. And
Yeah, I quite like that. I like the you change in rested area. That sounds quite nice, actually.
7 is a technical feature from back in the day, which I just don't think has much of a place in the modern game, and that is the debuff limit. You know, back in original vanilla, you could only have 8 debuffs applied to any target at one time.
But it was changed to 16.
And that was later increased to 16 when Zorba Rogue came out. And when you have a raid of 40 players all randomly pressing their buttons, that cap could be hit super fast. That's why when Classic re-released, you would have certain classes assigned to do debuffs, and those debuffs...
It can be kind of annoying, yeah. In vanilla, when there was only 8 debuffs, it's like, oh, you cannot use this spell because... Oh, gosh.
would be the ones which are only the most beneficial for the entire raid, such as Thunder Armor, Fairy Fire.
That one thing he just mentioned is stupid. I'm okay with the debuff limit. Obviously, back in the day it was because of the technology and it was just way too much for processing power, I guess. Now they can have way more debuffs, like unlimited, like as it is on hardcore, for example. So having the limit kind of sucks. But what sucks about it, like so much, is that if there's like too many debuffs, or let's say there's like exposed armor, you can't even use Thunder. And there are abilities you can't even use because there is some different debuff. So instead of the debuff not coming through after landing the ability, the game doesn't even allow you to cast the ability, and that is just fucking ridiculous.
Curse of Recklessness, all those kind of things.
Yeah.
Now this was a technical limitation back in the day, and I don't think it's really stood the test of time very well.
I can agree with this,
Blizzard
honestly.
have removed the debuff cap in the past before in a standard vanilla setting. They did it...
yeah, the debuff limit is a bit silly, yeah. Me pressing Serpent's thing to grief the raid, oh gosh.
During the Season of Mastery, and I can tell you it did not make any difference whatsoever to which classes can DPS well. Warriors were still the best by a mile. The likes of Boonkins and Shadow Priest don't suck because they can't use Moonfire or Shadow Word Pain. They suck because they just do no damage whatsoever. Still though, I think there could be future design space for making damage over time effects more powerful, and if the debuff cap was gone, then it would allow for those classes to press their buttons without being shouted at by their guildmaster.
Yeah, I think the debuff limit is a bit silly.
The thing I think is definitely worth talking about when it comes to raiding or group content is 40-player raids. The idea of 40 people storming into Molten Core together is an incredible spectacle and a core part of what made vanilla feel so great and chaotic. I remember playing Classic during 2019, and getting to the raid was often more entertaining than the actual raid.
40-man, I don't know, I'm so torn with 40-man raids. I really love them, but I also really hate them. Like, and that's because as someone who, like, I guess in recent years, like, I make more my own raids as well. It's a pain in the butt to manage, like, a 40-man raid. I kind of think, like, it's like herding cats. Yeah, I think like 20 or 25 man is like a really good spot. I actually quite like the way that they've done it in Season of Discovery, where the raids are tuned to like 20, and then you can bring more people if you want, right? 25 mans are so much better, to be honest. 40 mans are bis. They are fun, but like, would you guys prefer there to be, like, let's say like a new raid comes out, would you guys rather have it be like a 20-man raid with like you can bring more people if you want, or have it be a 40-man raid like it is like in Nax or like all that stuff? Like what would you guys personally like? And 40-man raids are more like a guild with roles, officers, healing. I like that. 15 to 20 man to turn into a show up and we go with the flow, makes it a puck like. 40-40, I love chaos. 20 for sure. 40, but 20 is fine. 40-40. You guys like the big raids? I don't know, I'm a bit torn on it, honestly. I think... $20 scaling up. Hard mode should be hard. You have to bring 40 people. Hard modes. People saying 40 aren't making these raids themselves. That's probably very true. I would like it to be scaled for 25 and then 40 to make it easier if you want like 15 man at hard. Yeah, I think like 25 man is quite nice. I don't know. For the guild officers, this is a thing everybody wants to raid with, but the recruiting, nobody wants to do it. You're making the wrong question. Oh, I'm just interested to see. 25 is dumb, you can't split into groups of 10. Or you mean to do smaller raids or what? I don't know, I quite like the way Sod is doing it with it. It is weird raiding Molten Core and these raids with 20 people, but I do like the 20 people raid. It feels like a good in-between for me personally, at least. I'll say 40, but at the same time I do agree it's not fun for the organizers. Yeah, it's a very split thing. It's a very split thing.
Of that reason was also we didn't have the Chronoboom displacer for World Buffs either then, so you had to really move as a group and try and avoid other guilds when you were getting into the raid. Though I will say, as fun as it was for a while, I eventually moved off a PvP server because having to do gymnastics to get into every single raid every single week became incredibly tedious, and I can tell you it is not something I would want to do long term. I'm getting sidetracked by World Buffs here, but yeah, you're not going to be surprised when I talk about them later. But all the same,
Yeah,
it was bad.
It's easier to find 20 people than it is to find 40 people. Balance for minimum 20, but increase NPC HP and amount of loot that drops up to max 40. So you would want to do like a scaled thing up to 40. I guess that would be difficult to really make that work, but I guess that could be a fair way of doing it too. You really diminish the enjoyment of 35 people because 5 guild officers can't be asked to organize 40. I think that's a strange way of putting up the question. I mean, I don't know if it's the I mean, I get what you're coming from with it as well. I can see both sides, honestly. Like, I think the 40-man raids are really fucking epic and really cool, but they're also really annoying. It's like a mixed bag, right? Baseline at 40, then you can choose to run 1 to 39 for more loot per person. I mean, people, if it's scaled for 40 with the difficulties, it would be hard to bring like 20, right?
highly doubt Blizzard sticks with the rigidity of the 40-player raid formatting Classic Plus. I've mentioned it before, but the compromise they could do is really just sitting in front of them because they have already done it. So in Season of Discovery, when Blizzard released Molten Core, they were designing it for 20 players, but on the first reset, people found out you could bring between 20 and 40 players, effectively allowing players to decide how many people they wanted to bring to the raid. Now Blizzard saw this and they dialed back on it and nerfed it so you could only bring 20 players, and then they got a lot of feedback saying, hey, actually, we like this, we could decide how many people we want to bring, we didn't have to leave anyone out, so then Blizzard increased it again. However, moving forwards, they only designed raiding content for 20 players, such as...
Yeah, that's the Scarlet Enclave, right? 10-man raid, scaling up to 20, able to go in with 40, that would be my ideal. I don't think 10-man raids are really a raid. Alright, like, that's just how it is. You're not really raiding if you're with 10 people, at least not in WoW, in my opinion. I think, like, 20 people is, like, a good kind of in-between Kara Slander. I mean, it is a raid, but it's not. It doesn't feel like a WoW raid, right? I know in Final Fantasy you do 8 people, but that's a whole different kind of game. So that's hard to compare those two, I think. 10-mans feel like a UBRS run.
The Scarlet Enclave being balanced around 20 players, even though when it first launched it was super difficult, and it was a challenge to complete with 40. This gives Blizzard the opportunity to design raids to make them a little bit more difficult when you're bringing 20 players, but as a raid group you don't have to leave anyone out, and if the raid is more challenging then you can just bring more people and you will get over it. Also, if you're a more tryhard guild bringing less players, you're kind of getting rewarded too, because the amount of loot drops is larger compared to the number of players you're bringing, whereas the opposite is true for larger raid groups. Either way,
Wait, this guy's 15 million HP? This is definitely a spoiler.
I think it meets the demands of both groups of players, and it does technically keep 40-player raiding alive, though if I'm being honest, I highly doubt it will be too popular moving forwards if we are given this flexibility. And number 5 is...
I mean, I don't know. I would highly... Do you think they would do more 40-man raids? I mean, if we can assume that, like, SOD is like a testing ground and, you know, Scarlet Enclave was very successful for them, I assume they would probably want to focus on that kind of style, but who the heck knows at this point, right?
Something else which I think has to be touched on launch for Classic Plus, and those are some changes to the baseline classes that need the most help. Now, I do think things should move slowly, so not to overwhelm everyone with a barrage of changes instantly, but I think if it just feels like we're playing standard vanilla again, where warriors absolutely dominate everyone, mages can solo dungeons easily or gold farm or the likes of that, people aren't going to feel the plus aspect of the game. It's just going to feel like another Classic fresh, and I know a lot of people, even really die-hard vanilla enthusiasts, are getting kind of burned out of just playing another fresh. I'm sure by this point in time...
I have personally got a little bit burned out on it, yeah. I have. I do think with the class changes and all those kind of things, like, at least something in the beginning, like, less is more. Like, you can do very minor changes to, like, some classes here and there, like Shadow Praise, Enhancement, Retribution, and it would have quite a big impact. It would actually change things quite drastically. I do think that what would be more so better to focus on would be, like, you know, new zones or quests or dungeons or raids or whatever, right? If no changes to spec viability for unused specs is done, raid size number won't matter, as 80% will always be warriors and shit. Of course, I do think I do think that they should probably look at some of those classes and maybe take an inspiration from the TBC pre-patch. You don't copy it, but like look at it and see what will work, right? In a few weeks, probably, Duralon.
Everyone has a pretty good idea of which classes are good and which...
Look at Titan Forged, the top DPS and the bottom DPS are all very close. Titan Forged? Is that like the Chinese Wrath thing, or what?
Classes are not so good in vanilla, particularly the hybrid classes would tend to need more help. I'll also be interested to see what route Blizzard goes down in terms of making every spec feel viable and wanted. They don't have to be within a few percent numbers of each other's DPS, but viability is just, I can bring this spec along and it will actually be fine for my raid group. Not I bring this spec along and they're practically a cheerleader we're doing a charity case for by bringing. I do also kind of hope they don't go down the TBC route for doing this, where we only have group-wide buffs, and the way you're supposed to...
Yeah, that's true. I TBC group... if you play TBC, you know, it can be such a pain. Like, oh, make sure you bring a...
Raid-wide buffs, one click, Mark of the Vault on everyone. Yes, please.
Shaman in each group and have like this in each group, and if you don't have that, then it's not this, and then... The TBC raid comps can be a really big pain in the butt.
Build your groups is super rigid if you want to actually do well. For me, I think the Wrath of the Lich King version, where you had a bunch of classes who all had the same buff, and they were all raid-wide, did end up working much better. And of course, some guilds will only bring the class that does the buff the best whilst doing the most damage or being the most tanky, but this is completely unavoidable. It's just not really worth worrying about because it cannot be stopped. All the same though, moderate class tuning at launch has to be a must. Next is probably one of my least favourite areas of vanilla World of Warcraft.
The fucking auction house. Yeah, I do agree, dude. The auction house actually freaking sucks in vanilla. It really does.
And I can say that with a good deal of confidence because I practically never be stopped. All the same though, moderate class tuning at launch has to be a must. Next is probably one of my least favourite areas of vanilla World of Warcraft.
The fucking auction house. Yeah, I do agree, dude. The auction house actually freaking sucks in vanilla. It really does.
And I can say that with a good deal of confidence because I practically never interact with it, and that's the auction house.
Yeah.
So be honest, do you use the auction house without an add-on or another?
Genuinely, it does pretty suck. Wow, great English today. The auction house kind of fucking sucks. It does.
Way of putting it, when was the last time you used the auction house without an add-on? For me, I genuinely don't know when that was. If I don't have Auctionator or something of the likes installed, I practically just don't even use the thing.
I don't think the UI or anything like that is really bad, but I think you just use add-on, it's fine. I mean, it's better with add-ons, for sure, definitely, but it's still kind of slow.
Put the way the auction house is organized is just not good. It invites people to get scammed by listing things as low as bid with a really high buyout. Only people who are being dishonest benefit from this, so what's the point of that being in the game? And the interface when you're posting a lot of items is just kind of, well, bad. for a lack of a better term. I am not sure whether I'd want Blizzard to go all the way and put the modern version of the auction house in the game, which existed in Dragonflight. That's also in Mists of Pandaria, by the way. But if they did, being honest with myself, I never even look at the classic auction house UI anyway. Am I missing out on something if I willingly never use it in the first place? I mean,
the retail auction house is quite good. I don't know if they would just straight up copy it, but I mean, I think you can do some minor tweaks to it and have it be good, right?
It's hard to say that I would be, and with the Dragonflight or Mock Auction House, it's not just that it looks different, it functions differently. So instead of you, for example, buying a 20 stack of cloth and that's it, you just buy that 20 off that one auction, you could buy a 30 stack of cloth, and it will buy that 30 for whatever price you put in, instead of you needing to manually go and buy across multiple different auctions. It probably is a better system, but again, I don't know if people would want it. Let me know what you think about that. The final...
I do kind of agree with that. The auction house is kind of bad.
Three of the main ones, which I think do need some...
With that said, I would actually do just one server-wide spread auction house for both Horde and the Alliance everywhere. Even in the, you know, like have the auction house in Orgrimmar, in Stormwind, in Gadgetzan, in Everlook, like merge the Horde and Alliance and neutral auction house together. That's what I would do, literally, for real, for real.
Consideration for Classic Plus. And number 3 is the balance of professions. So if you played vanilla for any length of time, you've
I just always play engineering. I am an engineer only.
Leveled up engineering. If you played vanilla a lot, you've leveled up engineering multiple times across multiple different characters because it is the best profession in the game, and it's just not an argument. It is absolutely. You have all the various fun items such as mortar, reflectors, rocket boots, mind control cap. You have sapper charges, you have other nades, you have target dummies.
It's just like the best profession by far.
The list of things you get from this one profession just goes on and on and on. And it's not the case I'd like engineering to be nerfed. I think it's great and a lot of fun, but the other professions do need to be brought up a notch in one way or another. Maybe they could just be more useful for making items at an early level. Maybe
that was...
There is a very easy fix to that, and that is to remove the requirement to be an engineer to use the engineering items. Just like alchemy, are you not an alchemist? You can still drink the potion. Are you not an engineer? You can still throw the grenade. I would remove the requirement. Fixed.
That's what I was. That is what I was. That's what I wanted to say as well. Like, yeah, maybe some of them could like be lifted up at a lower level too. Like, I feel like at least at times I've tried to do like leatherworking or blacksmithing. There's just no reason to really craft any gear for yourself, because it's just not really that great, the gear you can make. And that's a bit of a shame, I think, you know. I definitely think it could be lifted up a bit, because when you do engineering, it's, oh my god, I get a new, now I get my dense dynamite, now I get my flying tiger goggles, now I get these, and they're kind of good upgrades. Mufford says, unless you spend more time crafting than leveling, you won't get any use out of the items at all. Yeah, I mean, the items are just kind of bad. They're just not good, the ones you can make.
They do need more for fun kind of gadgets, alright?
Isn't one of the best cloaks from leatherworking for healers? Yes. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about max level or like level? I'm talking about the leveling. Obviously at max level, yeah, of course, you can do like Devil Saw and all, there are things that are good in it. Height of the Wild, yeah, but that's max level, that's level 60. I'm speaking about the leveling. The journey, like, you know, oh, okay, I'm leveling a warrior, I'm picking blacksmithing, and I'm picking mining. You won't really get any items from blacksmithing while you're leveling. You just won't.
True. Blacksmithing is a garbage profession. You only get first items if you go armor smith at like level 47 Imperial plate set. The first blacksmithing items that are actually useful. Maybe some green iron pieces along the way, like 2 or 3, and that's it. Nothing else. Absolute, complete trash. garbage profession should be completely reworked. Blacksmithing should be completely reworked from scratch. And enchanting, the same. Enchanting should be reworked as well. It's not that bad, but leveling up enchanting, like the low level enchants, they just fucking suck. Useless. Like, as soon as you overlevel that, like, all of it is irrelevant. All of it. Where, for example, alchemy, you can still do water breathing potions. You can still do what is it called? Invisibility potions. You can still do free action potions. You can still do variety of different potions. Alchemy is great. In blacksmithing, you have what, like steel weapon chain, like the only useful thing, like literally the only useful thing from level 165 skill, whatever. And then it's all irrelevant. Unless you consider like mithril spurs relevant somehow, which clearly isn't. In enchanting you could have cool stuff, like enchanting fishing lures, enchanted fishing lures like level 50, enchant fishing pole at 75, I don't know. Some low level enchants that are impactful all the way to the end game, like that are actually where that you are a level 25, you have 150 enchanting, and you already are enchanting something for raiders and you can make a buck. Some low level relevancy in the end game. Like that's what I want to see.
Quest items are just better.
Extra items attached to them. Maybe they could...
Maybe if enchanting could be doing something like changing stats. You bring an item and you switch agility for strength. Or yeah, like why not? Like you have or you have a item of gorilla and you want to change it into item of bear. Like that's what I want to see. Maybe that's something I would like to see in the blacksmithing, that you would be able to craft the tiger blade of monkey, tiger blade of gorilla, tiger blade of whale, like whatever. But you would be able to choose somehow which one of the affixes you get by, for example, using tiger's eye and malachite, or shadow gem, or you know, true silver ore, and things like that. That you would be able to define or determine which one of the affixes you get.
Could be some more benefit to your personal performance.
Yeah, Hide of the Wild is BOE. You don't need to be leatherworking to wear it.
Though saying that, I really don't want Blizzard to go down the route that they did in TBC or later Wrath, where every single profession just gives you X amount of stat, and it's balanced because it all gives you the same number. I suppose.
Yeah, but more interesting things could be fun in the other professions, yeah.
I suppose it makes sense, but it's just not very exciting. Again, much like class balancing, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it definitely could be in a better...
The only way not to lock a player into a specific profession is by the profession not giving you any stats, like anything. You want to use everything from all professions. It would be lovely if they did, for example, drums of battle or whatever in classic. But don't put in the requirement to be a leatherworker so you can beat the drums. Don't put in the requirement to be an enchanter to get a fucking hit set bonus on your tailoring ZG crafted stuff. Don't put in engineering requirement to throw a grenade or use gadgets and teleporter. Just to remove that, and everybody can be whatever profession he wants to be. That's how you solve all of that completely immediately. Just don't gatekeep the stuff. And instead of implementing bonuses to underrepresented professions, just to remove the requirements from all of the professions. And then it doesn't matter what profession you have. At all. It doesn't matter. It goes completely irrelevant what profession you have. You can play whatever profession you want to play. And there is also a different approach, and that is just let us level every profession. Why can I not be all of it? All of it. Do you want to spend your time to do that? Maybe it's worth it, maybe it's not. But it's up to you to decide. Why not allow us to take all of them?
Place than it is right now. And the number 2 spot is everyone's favorite thing.
Yeah, sharpening stones. Sharpening stones are cool. Yeah, I do agree.
To love to hate, world buffs in raiding content. Again, as
I
remove world buffs completely out of the game. No world buffs whatsoever.
We discussed this in a big extent, but I love and hate world buffs, but I feel like if you want to go down the route of really addressing world buffs, I think just making them not usable in raids would be the way.
Yes, that.
And
battlegrounds. No world buffs in raids, no world buffs in battlegrounds, no world buffs in arenas. Maybe let us have them for dungeons and clear dungeons quicker, or just have them somehow in the world for questing and stuff. But ridiculous.
You can do them in the world PvP, you can run around in the world, you can even do dungeons with world buffs. But just not in raids. I think personally that would be like a fun way of going about it, because then you could be, okay, like I'm gonna go get all my world buffs and we can go bust out like a strat undead and go super fast. But you can't take it into a raid, right? I think it's just an issue if you start like balancing raids around world buffs.
No, you shouldn't balance raid around world buffs at all. Remove them from raids. Period.
World buffs are key to Classic to me, IMO. Yeah, it is a big part of Classic. It really is. It's a huge part of it. And that's why it's like a big
It's a huge part of it now, but it wasn't supposed to be a huge part of it back in the days. It was supposed to be the cool thing, so that you would notice that somebody has slain a dragon. Wow, there's a dragon head on a spike. I got this huge buff, 5% crit, what the hell? And you notice. But it's not supposed to be something that's completely required for raids. Like
discussion, right?
Started off with when
I don't feel like you should just straight up just remove world buffs altogether, because they do play a part in what Classic is. But yeah.
Blizzard were making vanilla, it was just a bunch of guys doing fun stuff. Hey look, you killed Onyxia, we're gonna hang our head outside of Stormwind or Orgrimmar, and everyone gets this buff to celebrate. It was never meant to be something you take inside of raiding content every single week. Yes, it's fun to do, but it's just dumb. I do think we are lucky to have received the Chronoboom Displacer, so at least getting world buffs is less of a nightmare. But even still, I think people are just coping when they say it doesn't take long to get them, or they're really not that bad. It's not just...
It does take a while. It really does. But what do you want But what you want the cause there isn't a middle solution. You either want world buffs or not. I just told you the middle solution. I mean, what? I mean that. This is just an idea, but like, imagine you could still get your world buffs. You could still collect them. You have the Chrono Boon, but you just can't use them in raids, right? And you can go take them for like a dungeon or like world PvP or whatever you want to do with them. I didn't even mind gathering them. I just hated the feeling of dying with them and having to pay on afterwards. I hated gathering them. I did. No, I fucking hated it. That to me is such a chore in like vanilla WoW. But the thing is, like, I don't want to not have them. Because if I play a rogue or play a warrior, if I have world buffs, I'll be twice as strong, if not even more.
It's the getting them that's always been the problem about world buffs for me. When you're in the raid, it makes dying during the raid so demoralizing.
You like
Literally,
the
you could
Fair
die
enough.
on a first pull in Naxxramas on a warrior. You feel like your raid night's over, don't you? You know what I'm talking about. This is meant to be the for fun, casual, easy version of the game. Again, you don't need world buffs, but when you have them, they make things so much more enjoyable, despite all the annoyances that go into getting them. And
It's not like, yeah, you don't need them. But if you know that you can get them and they will enhance your damage by like triple, it almost feel like you have to get them. It almost does. You know? Gathering them is the reason I never really raided in vanilla. It's such a, man, it's such a hard thing because they are, like, the world buffs are really just a big part of what makes vanilla what it is as well, whether you hate them or love them or like whatever. You need them for Nags was made for world buffs in mind. I don't think you need world buffs for Nags. I think you could probably clear all of Nags without world buffs. I don't think you need them per se.
In the Nags gear.
But obviously they do make it a lot easier. The average player needs them? Perhaps true. Perhaps true. Ampy proved you don't need them for Nags. It is doable without, but...
I think even in Season of Discovery when Blizzard put world buff...
I mean, doing Sapphiron without world buffs sucks so hard, even for a full fucking Naxxramas equipped guild. Like, full Naxxramas equipped guild, all the warriors with the best loot and everything. Like, as soon as you lose world buffs, like, killing Sapphiron is a chore. Even in the best of the best guild. Sucks so bad. Like real bad. Real bad.
Hail. Goodbye. Peace, friend. Go in.
on consumables, that doesn't necessarily fix the problem either.
Yeah, it's a weird thing, man. The world buffs on consumables and SOD, I mean, it's cool, but then you're just taking this incredible power and putting it into like a little potion, right?
Just creates this thing which you need to have all of the time instead. And then they went to balance the Scarlet Enclave around you needing world buffs, and they had to reduce the price of buying them at the same time, by the way. It's like Blizzard keep chipping away at how annoying they are to get because they know it sucks without just wanting to remove them outright. It could be because in Season of Mastery they did remove world buffs from raids, and that season was not very popular, but I think that...
I don't know if that was the reason for it being not being popular though. I'm not sure. Maybe it was part of it as well. Maybe people just didn't like that. It wasn't the reason. I think there was a lot of other reasons. It was like... The leveling was a lot faster in Season of Mastery, and then they removed the world buffs in the raids, and then they made the raids more difficult. So it was like a double whammy. Now you don't have world buffs, and the raids are harder. And it...
Exactly. And I didn't like that exact fucking thing. I want my loot piñatas back. That's what I was saying in Season of Mastery and Season of Discovery. I want my loot piñatas back. That's what I was saying.
Well, it's also Season of Mastery. I don't know what the heck they were thinking in the freaking Blizzard office or whatever, but it was the worst timing on that release ever. It was like there was an, oh, we have this thing, let's just give it to them, whatever. Like, it was so weird. More difficult, they just added more HP to bosses. You've never played SOD if that's what you think they did. Season of Mastery had a lot of new mechanics in Molten Core and all the raids. It was not just more HP. There was like, on Gehenna's and Lucifer, there was like 4 ads instead of 2. Baron Geddon left behind trails, and like, it was really weird. It was like a fever dream. It was so strange.
That's a bit of a...
Chromagus was fucking pain, man.
Scapegoat reason, and the season just came too soon after vanilla, and it was mid tier 5 in TBC, which was really popular back then. But yeah, world buffs, let them be something for the open world. Keep them in dungeon content too. I don't think anyone's going to get too mad about that. But world buffs in raids, I really think they've had their time. And for Classic Plus, I hope we don't see them anymore. And that brings...
I mean, I would kind of... I don't know how you guys feel about this. I don't know if I'm like cooked here. I do kind of agree with that. Yeah, like world buffs, like use them for open world content or dungeons, but maybe not for raids. Or maybe you just say, you know what, fuck it, let people do what they want to do. If they want to get world buffs, they get world buffs. If not, they don't, right? I agree, have them for open world dungeons, don't allow them in raids. They should be rare. It makes balancing classes very hard. If we want Classic Plus to succeed, world buffs needs to be removed from raids. If world buffs are available for raids, it will be a chore 100%. Leaving the option means that it's not an option, it's required. I agree with that. Not raids, because it's impossible to balance for both with buffs and without. I'm surprised you're saying that, because I know you are a hardcore vanilla guy. Who's his financial advisor. Yeah, I agree with it. I think like open world content and dungeons have world buffs for that, if you want to blast, and then raids, don't have them in there. Shit, I don't know. That for me, that would make sense.
Brings me to the system, which I think is absolutely in the most dire need of changes before launch. Blizzard has to make a decision on this one. The whole PvP ranking system. Without exaggeration, it is the worst PvP system and ranking system I have seen in a game ever. I've done a video...
I don't know, there probably is some games with worse ones. I've done the rank. Listen, I've been in the freaking ropes.
Of all the various ways people min-max this system, and genuinely watching it back, it's hard to believe just how many different things you can do. I mean, usually min-maxing and getting the most out of something can be interesting, but in this case, it just involves so much degeneracy. The people who do the best from the
worst in the best way. Have you ranked to 14, Delirium? The thing is, man, like... I think for like a vanilla, like era, like no changes server, I actually think the ranking system makes sense. Having some people that just, you could just go crazy with it, it's a carnage and chaos, but for a Classic Plus, I don't know if it would make sense to have a ranking system like this. I don't, like, maybe you could tweak it or change it or something like that, I don't know, but I do agree that it's something that would need to maybe get looked at. Then I was new to your stream and you kept bragging about rank 14. I was like, why the hell is this guy bragging about being top 14? Oh, you did it yourself, Delirium? Yeah. It can't be this discount ranking where everybody and their mom is ranked 14. I do think that they definitely did make it a little...
I said it again before. I think that the old ranking system is just fucking horrible, but it's not for the reasons that you usually see. I think that it should be a bit of elitism in a way that you get the weapons at the very end, and hardly anyone has those. That elitism should be in the game, but you need to increase the throughput through the system. The new ranking system, how they did it, that you compete against a specific number, is just way better than it was. But before, they could have implemented only a small change that every character on the server would be considered in the ranking pool, instead of only the characters that contributed into the PvP ranking by getting 15 kills. Instead of the participants, and out of the participants computing the brackets, they should have just included every character on the server into the brackets directly. So there wouldn't have to be the pool boosting thing, and the brackets would be just broader, and the throughput through the system would be higher. But you still would have to compete for it to get it, instead of everyone having.
Little bit too easy. Where it's like,
how old is this video? This is kind of weird. 4 hours, and the original, I don't know. I don't know why are they talking about this ranking system. This one is already changed and obsolete, like it's completely irrelevant conversation.
everybody can just kind of get it, but they need a system that actually demonstrates skill, not just time investment. Yeah, I mean...
well, yes and no, because that's the thing, right? Like, that's what they struggled with heavily, is that when you do that you have a system where the more skilled players are rewarded with the best gear, the gap in between the best of the best and everybody else gets broader and broader and broader, because it's not only that the best player has the best player is able to beat you because he's the best. He's able to beat multiple of you because he's the best, and he has way better gear than you on top of that. And that's completely different beast.
Frick, I don't know how you would change it. Maybe it's not supposed to be available to everybody. I do like the idea that like some things are not something everybody can get. There's just some things that takes a while to get. Skill equals arena. I don't know if would you guys want arena in like a classic plus?
Yes.
Rated battlegrounds, problem solved. I don't think arena. I would not like it personally. But I'm also just not a big fan of arena in general, so...
Arena would be great.
Only for fun, not...
But solo queue arena. And rated battleground with some kind of a standing and ranking. You either opt in for the rated one or non-rated one. The non-rated one would be a shit show, and the rated one would be different.
Wards. It's like a WoW, so there should be a lot I wouldn't be able to get, but it should be that way. I think there should be some things that are difficult to get. Alfred said I would rather see organized BGs. I think Battlegrounds is like, if you look aside from world PvP, Battlegrounds is peak vanilla. Doing like a Warsong Gulch, having like a flag carriers and like freaking even AB, like I think that's really fun vanilla PvP. That's just fun. So like I would much rather see like something like that getting worked on. Well, I don't know if they would want to do rated battlegrounds per se, but say what you want to say, but BGs are ass? I don't think so. I think BGs are fun. Don't you like PvP anymore? Feel like you trying to avoid it? You mean in WoW? I don't care for Arena. I never really did. I don't think Arena is very fun. I really like PvP in vanilla WoW, but it's just not been the... My main focus of content has not really been doing PvP. Like, I just don't really go PvP and then world PvP and like find that shit, because it's mainly just a little bit miserable as a streamer, but yeah.
Ranking system are the ones that just spend the most time doing it. And most bizarrely, when you're ranking up, you're not actually fighting versus the other faction, you're fighting versus whoever is the sweatiest player on your faction for their ranking place.
True.
That being said, though, I think the competitive edge in gaming has grown absolutely massively since vanilla in 2004, and that if players were given some kind of rank to actually prove how good they were at PvP, it would be popular. And it doesn't necessarily have to be Arena either. Maybe there could be Arena one day, but I think baseline Battlegrounds and the ranking system really needs thinking through before they go down that route. But
I can agree with that. I don't think Arena would be something...
Based on how confusing the ranking system is and how outdated it feels, I really reckon it has to be the #1 thing Blizzard must.
Yeah. I think the PvP was a part of why most people logged in every day in Classic. When I'm thinking about the PvP, like, Arena stuff, I think it would be much cooler to, like, maybe do, like, a... I don't know, maybe like where's that place in Orgrimmar where there's that arena there, right? You could go and then you could like go fight people, not for like ranking systems or anything like that, but just like a duel area where you could get your CDs reset and then just like duel each other and stuff. That could be kind of fun, but an arena, I'm not sure. Like a brawl arena, yeah, like a brawl place. That could be kind of cool. Reminds me of Henhouse.
Look at. So those are 10 features which either exist in vanilla, or I don't think would cause too much controversy if they were introduced. What do you reckon though? What view does Blizzard have to take a look at for Classic Plus? Thank you again to boot.dev for supporting the channel. You can view all their content for free via the links below, so give it a look and see if back-end development is for you. And as always, thank you all so much for watching and listening in, and I'll see you all in the next one very soon.
People avoid content and gives no rewards. I mean, you could do some sort of cosmetic reward for it. I really think like some cosmetic rewards are kind of cool to get. I mean, you see as well in like the soft stuff with like the toys. They're cool, right? Old school RuneScape PvP is better. That's okay. I mean, if you prefer that, that's awesome. Been working on your glutes. That's great, man. But yeah, I mean, interesting little conversation. I do think the biggest contention is probably like the world buff stuff, right? But yeah, I mean, having it like not be in raids and just be open world and dungeon stuff could maybe be the way.
it's a good night. So good night.